please. Thank you very much. Yes, the apologies are on the screen. Are there any further apologies other than the ones up there at the moment? Okay, moving on. Can I remind members about the declarations of interest which can be made at the point of the relevant item is reached? All members who believe they have a disclosable pecuniary interest in any matter to be considered at the meeting must declare that interest, and having regard to Part 3, Paragraph 1.5 of the County Council's Members' Code of Conduct, they must leave the meeting while the matter is discussed, save for exercising any right to speak in accordance with Paragraph 1.6 of the Code. Furthermore, all members with a personal interest in a matter being considered at the meeting should consider having regard to Part 5, Paragraph 4 of the Code, whether such interest should be declared, and having regard to Part 5, Paragraph 5 of the Code, consider whether it's appropriate to leave the meeting while the matter is discussed, save for exercising any right to speak in accordance with the Code. I'd also like to make the point that for the council tax precept setting dispensation, I'll read below the statement that I've got in front of me. I would like this opportunity to remind members of a general dispensation granted by the Conduct Advisory Panel relating to the revenue budget and precept item. This dispensation enables members with a beneficial interest in land within the administrative area of the County Council to participate and vote in County Council business relating to the setting of council tax or precepts. It is therefore taken as read that all members have declared an interest in item 10. Moving on. Minutes of the last meeting. I'd like to ask members to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 28th of November 2024 and also the extraordinary meeting that was held on the 9th of January 2025 so that I can sign the minute book. First of all, has anyone got any comments about the meeting in November? You all happy with that? And on the second meeting on the 9th of January this year, you happy with that? Thank you very much. I'll just sign those. Where's the other one here? Okay. We move up now on to item 4, which is deputations. We have 3 deputations, and the first deputation is Philippa Hampton and local residents speaking on traffic and safety in Fair Oak, and you have 10 minutes for your deputation. You're very welcome to address the council.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. We're here today representing the residents of Mortimer's Lane in Fair Oak in Eastleigh Borough, who have come together and feel very strongly about the issues affecting us living there. Hopefully you've read the information pack we've put together and watched the supporting videos. I'm going to start with talking about the volume and weight of traffic. Mortimer's Lane has got much busier in the 7 years I've lived there, mostly due to the more than 400 new houses that have been built in that time. A few weeks ago, we did our own traffic survey, during which 361 vehicles went by in 30 minutes. That wasn't even during rush hour, equating to 722 vehicles an hour, a huge number for what is a 30-mile-an-hour road in a semi-rural village. There are long daily queues during morning and evening rush hour, blocking our driveways and causing pollution. With the proposals of over 4,800 new homes potentially to be built on Mortimer's Lane, traffic volumes would increase exponentially. A lot of HGVs use Mortimer's Lane from the various businesses operating from Knoll Lane. These lorries go thundering by day and night, some over the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. You'll see in the pack one photo of a large crack in a resident's house and multiple comments from residents about houses shaking and cracks appearing in our walls. One resident counted 56 HGVs going past from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. one Saturday morning, a massive number, especially at the weekend. In my house, which constantly shakes dramatically, our boiler, which is situated in our loft, has broken twice, leaking down into my children's bedrooms below. The engineer said it was caused by vibration damage. He also asked if there was a train line nearby, as it was so noisy while he was working up there. The road is always muddy and filthy from the lorries too. So we'd like to call for an official traffic survey to be done at different times of the day, the smoothing out of the bumpy road surface caused by endless sets of roadworks, which exacerbates the vibrations and shaking from the lorries. And we call for restrictions on HGVs using Mortimer's Lane. We need to stop our homes being further damaged. Also, with the ever-increasing number of homes, it seems frankly dangerous to have so many lorries driving around. As a mum myself of 2 young children, I find it really nerve-wracking walking on the pavement with big, heavy, thundering lorries passing just a couple of feet from us. One resident told me they witnessed an HGV coming down Mortimer's Lane too fast, and the back wheels went up on the pavement where 2 school children were walking. The volume and weight of traffic on Mortimer's Lane makes the issues my neighbours are about to talk about so much worse. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. My name is David Alford. I've lived on Mortimer's Lane for 28 years, and I really want to bring your attention to the excessive speed of vehicles that come along there. It is 30 from the bottom of the hill up past Pembers Farm Avenue, but all too frequently drivers treat it like a 50 or 60 miles an hour road speed limit. My sense is they've sat in traffic in the village centre in congestion. They reach Mortimer's Lane and there's a sweeping bend at the bottom of the hill as you come up, so they feel like they can put their foot down, and that's exactly what many of them do, and it's scary. Many of us have driveways that come directly onto the road, and there's other roads that come off it. There's pedestrians and walkers, and just past my house is Goater's Way, which is a new development with lots of smaller houses and lots of families on it. They have to be very careful pulling out because there's bends in both directions when they look at, and obviously crossing the road with their young children. It's just as bad coming down a hill. It's quite a steep hill. It's quite hard to stick to 30 miles an hour, but people must and should, because all our driveways, we are walking pedestrians and pulling out or pulling in, and there's nothing worse than pulling out and then somebody thundering towards you at 50 miles an hour. It's really quite scary. My personal preference would be one of those happy smiley faces, just to remind people, because there's just no reminders along the road, and it is 30. There's a list of actions in the pack that Philippa put together. Page 21 is all about the speed actions we'd like the council to consider. There's a photograph in the pack of at the top of the hill, there's a big 30-mile-an-hour sign, but it's obscured by another road sign, so you can't actually see it. So we would, in the pack also, page 19 and 20, is some personal comments and stories about the speed and personal comments from people and residents. So we just need to calm the speed, and we'd be interested in any suggestions from the council and improvements, investment to calm the speed along the road.
My name's Colin Codray. I've lived on Mortimer's Lane for 36 years. My concerns were about the Goat Away development that Dave mentioned. There's a large number of families living there, and they have to walk down a steep path to get to the road, and then there are no pavements along that piece of road, so they have to cross there. Now, a lot of the people coming down have probably a primary school child and a couple of toddlers as well, and it's extremely dangerous, especially when they come down on scooters and bikes. I first tried to bring this to the attention of the council in September 2020 with inquiry 21516971, and I've had some communications with them since, but no action. And I think we'd certainly like to see something done before something happens.
Hi, my name is David Sinclair and I live at number 23 Mortimer's Lane. At the end of July last year, at around 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning, my wife, 2 sons and I were woken up by what sounded like a bomb going off outside the front of our bungalow. We looked outside the front and could see flashing lights, smoke and lots of neighbours gathering. We then walked out to the front and were horrified to see that most of our 8-metre wide front brick wall had been flattened along with next door's wooden fence. This had been caused by a car which must have been travelling at a ridiculous speed down Mortimer's Lane, which I'd like to say was unusual, but it actually is not, before losing control and crashing into the smaller bollards, taking a chunk out of the telegraph pole and then demolishing our wall and next door's fence. The car had then bounced back into the road where it laid crumpled and completely smashed up. There was wreckage everywhere with bits of car, bricks and fencing all over the pavement road and on our driveways. A piece of the car had even flown up and landed on the roof of our bungalow. Miraculously, the driver and the passenger managed to escape relatively unharmed and had fled the scene. Unfortunately, this is only one of 3 serious accidents seen in Mortimer's Lane within the last year. 3 months ago, at around 9 p.m, another speeding driver lost control of his car coming down Mortimer's Lane before hitting a curb, sending his car spinning up into the air before landing upside down on the garage roof, car and front driveway of number 15A Mortimer's Lane. In the process, narrowly missing a local lady who was out walking along the pavement with her 2 small children. It is again very fortunate that the driver or the local residents were not killed in this accident. The 3rd serious accident at Easter last year involved a dangerous driver who hit a tree on one side of the road and ended up wrapped around a tree on the other side of the road. It's surely a matter of time before we are discussing the loss of lives along Mortimer's Lane, which can absolutely be avoided by implementing measures such as speed cameras to slow the traffic down. In summary, would you want to live in a road which has such a huge volume and weight of traffic, including HGVs shaking the properties to their foundations as they thunder past on a poorly surfaced road, where speeding and dangerous driving is a daily occurrence, where signposting is poor, where there is a lack of safe crossing points and a lack of traffic calming measures, as well as an impending future housing development which will only exacerbate all of these issues further? We respectfully ask that you now help us make where we live a safer environment for all. Thank you.
Thank all 4 of you for your deputation. We're very grateful for you bringing those matters to our attention. And I'd now like to ask the executive member for Highways and Waste to respond.
Thank you. Okay. So, thank you all very much for your deputation today and for raising concerns about the volume of traffic, speeding vehicles, lack of road safety measures and signs, and also safe crossing points. Having read your substantial paperwork that you submitted, I was particularly impressed with your engagement with Facebook as well and getting the local community to make comments and put their point of view across. So thank you for that as well. I've been working with councillors Broomfield and Parker-Jones on this recently, and also concerned very much with the impact of future developments on this area too. Very conscious of how bad it is now, but obviously with future developments coming on board as too. Officers have informed me that there are schemes being planned to improve walking and cycling infrastructure on Mortimer's Lane, Winchester Road and Eastleigh Road in Fair Oak, and we're expecting construction to start subject to approval this summer, later this summer. So that'd be for walking and cycling. I think we'll give details nearer the time, but just to say that we will review the other aspects that you've raised in your deputation today. So thank you all very much for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Now, can I move to the second deputation and ask Philip Lockett to speak on speed restrictions in the Hurstbourne Priories?
ladies and gentlemen, councillors. First of all, I want to thank you for affording myself and our community an opportunity to speak to you this morning. As a brief introduction as to who we are and where we are, my name is Phil Luckett, and I live as part of a community at St Mary's Hill, Viaduct Cottages and Cressington. And to help you orientate where we are in the parish of Hurstbourne Priors, so our nearest town is Whitchurch, but where we live is located directly opposite the Vitacrest salad factory, which some of you are sure familiar with because they're a major employer, and we're also close to the historic Hurstbourne Viaduct, railway viaduct. We used to be a community of only 8 homes, but following the completion of the St Mary's Hill development, we are now a community of nearly 50 family homes. And just so you can picture where we are, even though we're in the parish of Hurstbourne Priors, the nearest village and facilities to us is in St Mary Bourne, which is only a short walk away. And as families, they have a lot of facilities there that we all need and want to use. There is the GP surgery, school, kindergarten. There is a shop, cafe. There is a post office, which gives us access to banking facilities, St Peter's Church, 2 village pubs, restaurants, St Mary Bourne Village Centre, etc., etc. And this is where our predicament actually starts, because we are located on the B3048, which is the road that leads directly into St Mary Bourne, and a portion of that road is a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. And this makes the journey for us particularly hazardous if we walk into St Mary Bourne. If you're a pedestrian or a dog walker or a parent with a child, then the road is particularly dangerous. And first of all, let me make it clear, we're not complaining about living in a country lane or the area that we live in. It's nothing to do with that. But the fact of the matter is, if you walk down this road, as I have many times, there are places in that road where you would not be visible to an oncoming vehicle unless you walk in the middle of the road. Otherwise, you would not be visible until a vehicle was 13 yards away from you. Now, that's outside the stopping distance of a vehicle doing 30 miles an hour, let alone 40, 50, or even 60. Parts of the road are only 10 to 12 feet wide. The average width of a UK vehicle is 5 foot 11 inches. Commercial vehicles are obviously wider. So you can imagine the predicament we're in as pedestrians if you've got a vehicle approaching you from 2 directions. Now, we have highlighted this to Hampshire highways, but the policy appears to be one where you do not allocate funds unless there is a history of accidents in this area, which I have now illustrated 2 highways. There actually is a history of accidents in this area, and this was before the construction of 40-plus new homes. Furthermore, if we look back at the original planning documents for the St Mary's Hill development, Hurstbourne Parish Council strongly recommended there should be a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit between the crossroads at the Hurstbourne Viaduct and the entry to St Mary Bourne. However, when it came to the final approval of the planning, for some reason this never occurred or was admitted. We don't know why. As a community as well, we recognise that when St Mary's Hill development was actually approved, over £1 million was paid to the council for the benefit of the community of Hampshire. £18,000 of that went to the local cricket club, but over £1 million went to primary and secondary education and social housing, all off-site away from us. So you have to forgive us if we feel a little bit aggrieved that we've been left in this predicament with a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone right outside our homes. We have also, in order to demonstrate that we speak with one voice, we have also created a petition. We have over 600 signatures requesting that there be safer access to St Mary Bourne. But it's not about the number of signatures. 85% of the resident properties have actually signed that petition. And what is also somewhat odd, and quoting a phrase that is synonymous with Hampshire, sense and sensibility, If you lived in the village of Stoke, the other side of St Marybourne, you travelled down exactly the same road, and the whole speed limit for the entire journey is 30 miles an hour. Yet there are less family homes, there are no major businesses like Vitacress, you don't have the Southern Water pumping station with its traffic of tankers. So where is the logic and sense and sensibility in that for us based on the other side of St Marybourne? So basically, I'm here today on behalf of our community to ask the council, please will you review the speed limit between the crossroads at the Viaduct Cottages and St Marybourne with a view to making that 30 miles an hour, please, for the benefit of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luckett. I personally appreciate the reference to Jane Austen as a great fan of that great author. I'd now like to ask Councillor Bowman to respond.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Luckett. And I know we've corresponded in the past, so good to see you here today. Appreciate your deputation very much and for the details behind your campaign for a reduction in the 60 to 30 miles per hour on the B3048, especially in view of the increased number of residents now in your community. It is indeed, to quote you, food for thought, and I will say requiring a little sense and sensibility. So thank you for that quote too. I know residents have written to Highways before about this speeding problem. I think it's been going on for some time, hasn't it? And rationality, I think, in this, with the speed limits around the area would be good if we reviewed that. So I would like to do that for you. And also look at the request for signage warnings of pedestrians in the road, which I believe is actually being considered. So thank you.
And now we move on to our third presentation, and I'd like to let councillors know that these deputies have asked not to be filmed, so the camera will be turned off them. And this deputation is from local residents speaking about speed and traffic management in Abbotts Worthy. Have we got the third deputation at all? Oh, right. Good morning to you, and you have 10 minutes to present your deputation.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak on behalf of the residents of Abbotts Worthy. This is not just a request for a speed limit reduction. This is a matter of public safety, community well-being, and responsible governance. The ongoing campaign to reduce the speed limit on the B3047 from 40 to 30 miles an hour is based on clear and compelling evidence. Several years ago, a serious accident at the junction of the B3047, Mill Lane and Park Lane nearly resulted in tragedy. A car travelling at the current speed limit overturned after a collision, crashing through a hedge into a house. The driver, his wife, their young child and their dog were trapped in the car and were fortunate to escape with their lives. Had the vehicle been travelling even marginally faster, the consequences could have been fatal. This was not an isolated incident. Multiple other accidents at this junction have been recorded. Please refer to the 66-page document compiled as evidence, which details these incidents, alongside numerous near misses that take place on an almost daily basis. Yet the issue has been dismissed by the Council, citing a lack of serious or fatal accidents as justification to maintain the current speed limit. Waiting for a fatality before taking action is not a responsible road safety policy. The function of local government is to be proactive in preventing harm, not reactive in dealing with its consequences. The junction of Mill Lane and Park Lane onto the B3047 is inherently dangerous. The sight lines are wholly inadequate, requiring vehicles to edge into the road blindly. The transition from a 60-mile-an-hour limit just before a 40-mile-an-hour zone gives drivers little time to adjust their speed. This short stretch of road is used by cyclists, pedestrians, school children, and delivery vehicles, all of whom are placed at risk by excessive speeds. The increased volume of traffic has exacerbated these dangers over recent years. The situation is worsened by the inconsistent speed limits along the B3047. Villages such as Martyworthy, Itch and Abbotts, and Itch and Stoke all benefit from 30-mile-an-hour zones despite having better sight lines and less complex junctions. It is illogical that Abbottsworthy is treated differently. As someone who crosses this road daily with young children, I can personally attest to the danger. The sight lines are so poor that I am forced to edge forward into the road to gain visibility past a blind corner, all while ensuring my children remain safe. The current speed limit gives drivers on the B3047 just over 2 seconds to react when a pedestrian or vehicle emerges. 2 seconds is simply not enough time to prevent an accident. Every time we attempt to cross, we take a risk that should not exist in a residential area. A 30-mile-an-hour limit is in line with government policy. National guidance emphasises that speed limits should prioritise safety, particularly in areas with residential access and mixed road use. The cost is minimal. Changing speed signs is neither complex nor expensive. Compared to the cost of an inevitable serious accident, it is negligible. The community stands firmly in support of this proposal. Residents, school officials, and elected representatives have all voiced their agreement that the 30-mile-an-hour limit is necessary. Everyone who has personally visited the junction has seen firsthand the dangers it presents and recognises the urgent need for a speed reduction. So we propose the following immediate actions. Implement a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit from Abbottsworthy to the A33, ensuring consistency with speed limits in neighbouring villages. Establish a continuous 40-mile-an-hour transition zone to the east of Abbottsworthy to eliminate the abrupt shift from a 60-mile-an-hour zone. This is not an unreasonable request. It is a practical, cost-effective and urgently required measure that will save lives, enhance the quality of life for residents, and reinforce this council's commitment to safety and responsible governance. We asked you to listen. Now we urge you to reconsider your stance and act decisively before another accident occurs, one that may not be as fortunate as the last. Daily near misses will inevitably lead to another serious accident, perhaps even a fatality. If action is unduly delayed, accountability will rest with those who had the opportunity to prevent tragedy but chose not to. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I have got here just a very rough guide to the area, which some of you may be able to see. I'm sorry, I'm not a very good artist. And this is the junction that we're talking about, which is the B3047 leading towards Alsford. And this is Park Lane, which comes up to the A33 Basingstoke Road, and this is Mill Lane. The accident referred to by my colleague was, in fact, in December 2020, that the car was apparently going at no more than 40 miles an hour. This was according to the traffic investigation, which only goes to prove, if proof were needed, that 40 miles an hour is too fast. Because if he managed to do the damage that he did, going within the speed limit, then it was too fast. He nearly knocked down the annex to the number one of Mill Lane. He came along here. A car was coming out of. So I'm sorry. Yes.
Can we hold it?
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I should have thought about this. Yeah, the car was coming this way. He was. A car was nudging out of Park Lane. The Range Rover came over, hit him, turned over, and crashed into number 1 Mill Lane. And as I say, it was very lucky that the people involved did not suffer any major injuries. I understand that the current police commissioner came to the junction with the then MP, Steve Bryan, and they agreed that the speed limit was too high. And that was one of the results was the 65-page dossier that was forwarded to you by my colleague in Mill Lane. The problem would be improved by preventing vehicles from exiting Park Lane. So in other words, if we make Park Lane one way going north, it would mean that cars could not come out of Park Lane into the 3047 because, as my colleague said earlier, you cannot come out of Park Lane into the 3047 without nudging forward to be able to see what's coming, particularly from the western side. And the residents of Park Lane are in favour generally of having a one-way system, and we accept that there would need to be a speed limiting, because obviously if it's one way, cars may go too fast because they know there's nothing coming the other way. So there may have to be some either bumps or whatever you do to make cars go a bit slower. And as my colleague also said, there are all the villages along the 3047 going towards Alresford. He mentioned the names of those villages. They all have a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. So why not Abbotts? So one last point. If the speed limit is changed, we would suggest that this includes the stretch of road along by the Prince's Mead School, where the speed limit is 60 miles an hour. It's a school for young children. It should be 40 or probably even 30. So we would suggest that the 30 mile an hour, if the 30 mile an hour is changed in Abbotts.
Just to warn you, you have 1 minute left for your presentation.
Yeah, sorry, it's extended. Right, sorry, I took longer than I thought.
Hello, I've lived in Abbottsworthy for over 20 years and I've known Abbottsworthy nearly all my life, and I witnessed the speeds that the drivers go along the B3047. The number of properties in Abbottsworthy has increased, traffic has increased as it goes through, and the danger has also increased. There are 16 houses in Mill Lane, with all the residents having to exit onto that dangerous junction. In total, Abbottsworthy has residents from 24 houses who have to exit onto the B3047, all with blind or poor sight lines. Princess Mead has increased in size, with 296 pupils attending this year, and the majority of parents do not make use of the school minibuses provided, but drive their children to and from the school, vastly increasing traffic movements. I'd finally like to mention the photograph of the little girl in your documents from the road safety commercial, which many will remember. She is dead at the side of the road, having been hit by a car, but she slowly comes back to life, and you hear her voice. If you hit me at 40 miles per hour, there's around an 80% chance I'll die. Hit me at 30 miles per hour, and there's around an 80% chance I'll live. 40 miles per hour is simply too fast and too dangerous, and someone will die if nothing changes. Thank you.
Thank you all for your presentation. I'll just ask Councillor Bowerman to respond.
Thank you from me as well for your deputation today, and also for the extensive detailed evidence you submitted online. So that was very helpful. The B3047 has obviously developed from a country lane to a main road, with substantially more traffic doing varying speeds. And I know Councillor Porter has been an avid supporter of speed reduction in this area as well. We have listened, and I will ask the traffic team to contact you for further investigations. And I hope that's some reassurance to you. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank all our deputations for what they had to say. It's important that we have that public involvement in our council meetings. I now move on to the next item, which is item 5, which is my announcements. Before I make a small number of announcements, I would just like to tell councillors that I propose to break for lunch at 1 o'clock, unless we make very rapid progress indeed before then. But I will then at 12:30 let you know whether that's occurred or not. Fine, I've got a few announcements. First of all, one award, Tourism South East, Beautiful South Tourism Award ceremony on December 20, 2024. Light Up Sir Harold Hilliard Gardens won a gold award in the tourism event festival of that year category. The award is a testament to the hard work and creative vision of all involved in providing the people of Hampshire with a magical Christmas experience. Moving on to what I've been up to over the last month or two, as you would understand, I went to a number of carol services before Christmas, including one for Naomi House and Jack's Place, which is the local hospice that covers, local children's hospice that covers our area. And then after Christmas, I visited the Winton Community Academy in Andover, which is a very interesting visit, a school that is really doing a tremendously good job. And then more recently, I visited Adults Health and Care Directorate at Juniper Court and Spinnaker View and the Newcroft Respite Centre, as well as the Hawthorne Court, all in the Gosport, Fareham and Eastleigh areas. And finally, last week, I attended the opening of the Saab UK Fareham campus, where they develop underwater remote vehicles, very high-tech company, and also some very interesting military radars. And that completes my events over the last month or so. Now, sadly, I'd like to record 2 deaths. The former Honorary Alderman Chris Connor and former County Councillor Pam Holden-Brown, both of whom have sadly passed away. Former County Councillor Pam Holden-Brown represented the Eastleigh North Division from 1993 until 2004. And I'd now like to pause at this point for anyone who wishes to speak about her. Councillor House.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Several of us on this side of the chamber had the opportunity, experience of Pam's funeral on Monday, and she was a remarkable person. She probably won't be remembered by that many people in this council chamber now, because it's quite a long time since she retired from the county council. But she did serve 12 years here as the first non-conservative to ever represent Hiltonbury East on Hampshire County Council, when she was elected in May 1993, before she retired in May 2005. She also served for 12 years on Eastleigh Borough Council. She was chair of the local area committee there, and she was also mayor of the borough in 2008-09. So she had a great record of public service across that period. And the thing that was really remarkable about Pam, and I said this because I had the privilege and honour to speak at her funeral, was that she managed to do everything with a sense of style and class and elegance that was able to make a political point without it being at all obvious she was making a political point, or indeed a difficult point at all. And she deeply cared about people. She was the lead from this side briefly on social services when it was still called social services as opposed to adult social care and children's services. And it was issues in her division, issues around the county that really motivated during that period. She had the benefit of having a fantastic husband and 3 sons. All 3 of the sons survived her and were at the funeral, obviously, on Monday too. She has a legacy in the Eastleigh community, and I'd like to think she made a bit of an impact across the wider county as well. She's desperately missed by the community there, and I hope that those who remember her will agree with those words. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor House. Councillor Dowden.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I obviously had the opportunity to go to the funeral, to Pam Holden Brown's funeral, and of course I had a connection, close connection on the county with adult social care, because obviously Pam was the spokesperson at one time. And I learned a lot actually from Pam. She was a quiet, not rowdy or whatever, and but she was an excellent councillor in her own way, because she did get things done in a quiet way, not necessarily the same way as myself, but I did appreciate her works. And what I found, I suppose it was strange. The funeral, it was a packed, it was a crematorium in just the West End. But what was so nice about her funeral, it wasn't, I wouldn't call it a religious funeral, but what it was actually a sensitive funeral, which I think everybody could relate to when in the funeral itself. And I know it's not never nice, it's not a great thing to talk about funerals, but I came out of there thinking, Pam, you would have enjoyed what was said about you. And the poem that Councillor Keith House said I'd never heard it before, but it left a big impact with me, and perhaps they'll say the same at my funeral.
We'll look forward to that.
Thank you, Councillor Dowden. Are there any other councillors who would like to pay tribute to Councillor Pam Holden Brown? Yes. Councillor Glenn, sorry.
I just thought it'd be nice to have a few words said from our side of the House, because not many of us here would know Pam. I didn't actually know her all that well, but in my opinion, she was a dedicated councillor. She was a good orator. She always spoke her mind, and she served her constituents well. And frankly, if that's all you do as a councillor, you've done a pretty good job.
Councillor Branson.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to correct Councillor House. In fact, she was the mayor of Eastleigh from 2009 to 10 because she was a member of my chain gang, and she was a member of, we had a large group of ladies, and yes, and she was a very welcome member of the chain gang, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Branson. Anybody else at all? Okay, let us move on to Honorary Alderman Chris Connor, who represented Basingstoke North West electoral division from 1985 to 1989, and he's re-elected again to serve in Basingstoke Central from 2013 to 2017. Quite a range of years. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment about Chris Connor? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak about Chris Connor. Chris was a great public servant and an incredible person, and he was very committed to the community that he loved. His service as a councillor spanned many decades in both Basingstoke and in Hampshire, and he was one of the last mayors of the original Basingstoke Council and continued to serve as a councillor when Basingstoke and Deane was formed in 1978. He also was a Hampshire County Councillor and sat on many education and young people related committees. He was made an honorary alderman in recognition of this service. Chris was really passionate about education and in particular music in schools, and I'm sure those of you who will remember working with him will remember his tenacious approach to supporting this. Indeed, his advice to me on getting elected to his former district was quite simply this: if you want to get something done, you need to go on and on and on and on about it until people just give in to keep you quiet. Well, I'll leave you to decide whether I've followed his advice or not. But as a person, he was also one of those very important and rare people who are prepared to challenge those in power, and something I can personally attest to as a former chair of a local Labour Party. But he was also kind and compassionate, steadfast and loyal, and you could always rely on his support when the chips were down. His CV of service is beyond reproach and should be an inspiration to those of us who seek to serve now and in the future. His passing in December was a great loss to his family, his friends, and the community he served so diligently and with great passion, and he will be remembered well by all those that knew him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chairman. I first came across Chris Connor as a councillor in 1978. I think I gave my maiden speech in the council chamber, and he was very kind about it. This is at Basingstoke and Deane. But he always had a little twinkle in his eyes, so he said nice things. And he said, delivery a bit too fast, however. I remembered that. When he was made an honorary alderman, I spoke in favour of that, and he sent me a charming email afterwards telling me off a little bit because I didn't mention something, so I shall mention it now. When we did the boundary reorganisations for the County Council, Ken Thornber asked Chris Connor to head up for Basingstoke, and Chris did so, and he also approached me, could we work together on this? So yes. And he came round to our house, and we sat at our dining room table and we drank coffee, and we came up with some proposals that were pretty well adopted. And he was the sort of person where across the chamber you could be friends, colleagues. I wouldn't have tried a moment to persuade him away from his Labour beliefs. He was a Labour man, he knew why he was a Labour man, he held deep principles, and it would have been a simple waste of breath to try and take him away from that. When he was diagnosed with his illness, I went round to his house after delivering one night, and I found him stoic and steadfast as always, determined to see his way through it, and in good cheer despite the news he had received. I found Chris to be unfailingly polite, focused on his ward, his constituents, his divisions, and I like to think of him as a friend across the chamber. I had great respect for him, and I will remember him for the service he gave to the community.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Mamralani.
Thank you, Chair. Not that I know Chris much about as a politician. Today, I would like to pay tribute because he represented Basingstoke Northwest. And before I joined into the politics, that's where I met him first time as a county councillor. Then I didn't know the difference, what is county and what is borough. So he's one of the persons. So now, because of him, and I came to know about, okay, there are two organizations. One is county, one is borough. And then I came to know about a little bit more about the politics. So I take this moment to pay tributes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lenini. Are there any other councillors who want to comment? I would just like to add that I totally agree with what Councillor Reid said about Councillor Chris Connor. I got to know him when I was Deputy Leader of the Council, and I was really delighted to recommend him to be an honorary alderman when I was leader. So I'd now like to ask you to stand and observe for 1 minute's silence as a mark of respect to Councillor. We now move on to item 6 on our agenda, and I call upon the leader for his report.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to February's County Council meeting. It's an important one. It's our budget meeting, and so consequently this will be a relatively brief set of updates from me. The one thing I just need to remind you all of is that tomorrow is an important day for those of you who have loved ones. Don't forget to go and buy a card, or possibly flowers. Otherwise, you'll get into trouble. I'm on my way down to the card shop when we finished. So please make sure we're done by 5 o'clock. Speaking of love, today is an important day for our Vice Chairman as well. Because today is Anne's diamond wedding anniversary. So many congratulations to Anne and Mr. Briggs. And we wish you many more years of happiness together. And thank you for coming and spending your day with us here, Anne. Rather than taking your husband out for lunch, which I believe you did earlier this week anyway. So many congratulations to you for that. A couple of quick updates from me. One is around devolution, just to let you know that obviously we have had confirmation that we are on the priority programme. You all know that. You had an excellent briefing from officers earlier this week around that fact. The conversations have begun between the 11 districts, the 3 unitary councils and ourselves around both devolution and local government reorganisation. There is a clear process that we have set out before us. The important thing for me is that whatever happens has got to be sustainable. It's got to ensure that it is long-lasting. Keith has made a very good point that our current institutions have lasted for 50 years, and we need to make sure that those that follow are as robust, if not more so, to last out as long as they need. And that, therefore, for me, means that we take as long as we need equally to make sure that we get that right. The government have placed some deadlines along the way for us, and that's why we will have an extraordinary meeting of this council again on the 20th of March to confirm the submission that will be going forward for the first report back to government around how that might all look. And at the same time, we will also be engaging from the end of this week onwards, I understand, although it keeps being pushed back a little bit, with the government around their consultation in respect of the devolution proposals that they wish to put forward. So things are moving. We will continue to update you as time goes along, and there obviously is quite a long journey ahead of us, which I will ensure receives the appropriate scrutiny from all of you that it deserves. The other thing to report is that we held a meeting in December with Southern Water to review the way in which they interacted over a number of issues. Luckily enough, it was on the morning of one of the 2 days during which they managed to have a water outage across much of southern Test Valley and the Waterside and parts of Eastleigh and Southampton as well. So there were some pertinent questions asked. More importantly, there was a feedback session from them last week to which I and members of our emergency planning team were invited. I think it's fair to say they received a very clear amount of feedback from us around the way by which they need to engage better with local government when similar outages occur in the future, and how their communications needs to be improved. And in doing so, that needs to be managed through the LRF, the Local Resilience Forum, and the well-established and very professional processes that we, both at the County Council and in our district and borough partners and in Southampton City Council, have established. So that is something that we will be taking forward further, and we'll be meeting them again in June to review that progress once more. Finally, the Cabinet have undertaken 2 different visits to universities, one to Portsmouth University and one to Southampton Solent. Again, part of our process of looking at ways by which we can work better with our local universities and where there is commonality across the work that we do. So we've enabled ourselves to, we've enabled them to begin to work better with us to find ways by which we can be innovative and where they can help us to improve the services that we give the residents of Hampshire, and also the ways by which we can engage with new technology and new ways of working to all of our benefit. So our thanks to them for hosting us and for the work that they, alongside the University of Southampton, are beginning to undertake. And later this month, we will all be going to talk to the University of Winchester as well to look at that. Finally, we have a big meeting ahead of us, a large agenda that includes the budget. It's important, I think, that we all remember that no matter what our future, no matter what the money looks like, we still as an organisation look after the 1.4 million residents of Hampshire. And we have recently produced a short film which updates a number of its predecessors in terms of looking at exactly what does the County Council do, the services we offer, and the services that we provide for those residents of Hampshire. And we thought it might be a nice prelude to our budget conversation to show it to you this morning. So hopefully Millie's got the button ready to press play, and we'll show it to you now.
Every year across Hampshire, we're working hard to deliver for everyone across our county. Your travel, your care, your environment, your future. Your well-being. Your safety. your communities. Your life. We're your County Council, serving Hampshire with purpose and pride.
Mr. Chairman, that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. And I think I'll give a prize for anyone that can actually remember all those statistics that were given at the beginning of that short video. Right, we're now moving on to questions. Just to remind everyone, 30 minutes for questions, and I do encourage those asking them to be as brief as possible, so there's plenty of time to get through them. The first question, I've got it here, is from Councillor Wallace.
Thank you. In November, Hampshire County Council was awarded £14 million from the government to boost bus services in the county. The government specified that the funding is to enhance popular routes, protect rural services and increase bus use for shopping, socialising and commuting, and to prevent service reductions on at-risk routes. How is Hampshire using or planning to use this funding? Thank you.
Leader.
Councillor Wallace. Malcolm, thank you very much for the question. Forgive me, this is a slightly long answer. The 25-26 bus grant comprises two parts. Bus Service Operators Grant, the BSOG, funding of approximately 1.1 million, and Bus Service Improvement Plan, BSIP, funding of circa 13 million. The BSIP element is split into 7.5 million of capital funding and 5.5 million of revenue funding. The BSOG element will continue to be targeted specifically at supporting the subsidised bus network, which predominantly serves Hampshire's rural communities and market towns where bus services are not commercially viable. The BSIP element will be targeted at a range of interventions to stimulate expansion of the commercially provided bus network, consistent with the aims of government's national bus strategy. It is anticipated that the funding will deliver similar themes to the previous round of BSIP funding, which covered a broad range of initiatives, including pump priming enhancements to commercial services, support for commercial services where passenger numbers have not yet returned to pre-pandemic levels, bus priority schemes to speed up bus services and improve reliability, improvements to traffic signals to speed up buses through junctions, more real-time information displays at bus stops, bus and rail stations and in town centres, new and refurbished bus shelters, accessibility improvements at bus stops, feasibility studies to develop future bus priority schemes, targeted fares, promotions and marketing initiatives, and development of demand-responsive transport services. The programme for the 25-26 BSIP funding is currently being developed together by the County Council and bus operators and will be subject to approval by the Hampshire Enhanced Bus Partnership Board and by an executive member decision next month. That's quite a long answer with lots of detail, so I'm very happy to ensure that everyone receives a copy of it after this meeting.
Councillor Wallace, if you have a...
Yes, thank you. It's good to hear the plans are being developed and being put in place. As you know, over the past few years, many rural bus services have been reduced or removed entirely, leaving many rural residents with no option but to travel by car. And Hampshire's bus trips per person is one of the lowest in the country, approximately half of that in Dorset, Wiltshire and Sussex. What reassurances can you provide that the schemes identified for this funding are providing the best outcomes for Hampshire's residents?
So I think there are a couple of things that I would say to that. The first point to note is that the element of funding that we have to support those services about which we're talking, where services require support is actually quite a small element of this. You'll note that it's split out between different elements of the BSIP funding. So that headline figure of almost 14 million does have different subsections of it. And it's very much for us to use it as innovatively as we can. And I know that's something that Councillor Bowerman is keen to do. The important factor of that is not for me, by the way. I think the important piece of the answer I've just given you is around the rollout of demand-responsive services, which I think are an answer to many of those rural areas where there have been cuts in the recent past. It is those areas where we need to find ways by which we can create sustainable public transport, because frankly, running large buses in rural communities where there are not many people using them is simply not economic for us. And it probably isn't right for us to use the pump priming money to create routes that we know might eventually fail. But we are, particularly around Andover at the moment, looking at ways by which we can create new ways of introducing that kind of service. And we've held some very interesting and useful sessions with a number of community transport providers and bus companies to begin to join up that network much better. So all of that is positive stuff. The way by which we keep a track of it and the way by which we can provide you with reassurance around that is the fact that we meet every couple of months with the bus companies and the community transport providers through the Enhanced Partnership Board. It is they who drive very much where much of this enhanced investment goes, in order that we can ensure that we are as responsive as possible to those people. I would love us to have a greater bus usage. We traditionally have had a lower amount, probably because of the better connectivity between areas than perhaps other parts of the country have. But in fact, when you look at the figures, Hampshire's bus usage has rebounded far better than many other areas post-pandemic, and that's something about which I think we should be really proud. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Henderson, a question to the Executive Member for Education.
Thank you, Chairman. The issue I want to address today is education, health and care plans, and how has the issue of providing education, health and care plans within the target time frame been resolved, and what improvements were made?
Councillor Forster.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. The Special Education Needs Service and Hampshire Education Psychology Service have had some extensive service reviews, and I'm pleased to say we have allocated some additional funding to increase the capacity of services, and that has been put into good effect. That has enabled us to keep pace with demand and reduce the backlog. It's actually led to improved timeliness that sits well above the national averages for the last complete academic year, and it's an area we continue to focus on.
Councillor Henderson, have you a supplementary?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Forster. How does our performance compare to other similar-sized authorities?
Councillor Forster.
I don't have the information to hand, but I can provide some comparison data from our officers. One of the issues is the significant increase in EHCPs, and we are seeing that in line with or greater than some other authorities, but it is a national problem. But to give you the comparison data, I'll ensure that we get a full written response to you. Thank you.
Councillor Porter, a question to the Leader.
Morning. The number of data sets provided by the ONS is widening every month. I received their reports, and certainly they are trying to make the data much more available. It's recognised as an authority on population data in particular. Is the ONS data sufficient to plan for the County Council to plan for the next 5 to 10 years? And what, when and how often do conversations take place with the ONS to enable Hampshire County Council to use only ONS population data?
Leader.
Councillor Porter Jackie, thank you very much for the question. You'll be unsurprised to know I had to ask somebody for the answer. The County Council currently utilises ONS data alongside other data sources to plan and project population data over the medium to long term. We are aware that the ONS is exploring innovations in their local population estimation system, which is likely to significantly enhance the granularity and additional usability of their data for our own purposes. Having a consistent approach and methodology to population forecasting would benefit all authorities, and therefore we would be keen to work with them on how this might be achieved.
Councillor Porter, have you a supplementary?
Thank you, I do, and it's really encouraging to hear that. I just ask really, does Hampshire County Council work with the County Council network and the government to make sure that the data that the ONS is producing is the data that we need? Rather than just receiving what they have, do we actually actively seek what we want?
Leader.
I can reassure you that through the CCN we are very active in terms of feeding back as to the kind of data that we need, and that conversation I know is one that's ongoing, and I think that's the route through which we go to government. But I will check, and if there is any different answer to that, I'm very happy to come back to you. I'm really grateful to your interest in data, by the way, Jackie, and if you are able to do private lessons in statistics for my daughter to help her GCSE, I'd be really grateful.
Councillor Williams, a question to the Executive Lead Member for Adult Social Care.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's been a year since the decision was made to close Bishop's Waltham House, Hampshire County Council care home, and well over 6 months since the last resident was moved to a different care home. The building has been fenced and boarded up, and bar an initial flurry of activity, it appears now very vacant. Can the Cabinet Member please update myself and local residents about the future plans for this site?
Councillor Fairhurst.
Thank you, Chairman. Right. Following a review of options on the future of Bishop's Waltham House last autumn, the site was confirmed as surplus to Hampshire County Council's requirements, and work is now being undertaken to bring the site forward for disposal. It is anticipated that it will be advertised on the open market shortly, and in the meantime, the property has been decommissioned and security is in place via Kestrel Guards. Thank you.
Councillor Williams, have you a supplementary?
I do, thank you. Yes, funny enough, I work quite directly opposite the care home, so I have seen obviously the flurry of activity as it's been going on. The site in itself, and through meetings with the local GP surgery, has been identified as one of 2 sites in Bishop's Waltham for a new expanded surgery. I was just wondering, before we go out to sort of full market rate, whether conversations could be had with the GP surgery about that as a future potential long-term location.
Councillor Fairhurst.
Thank you. I wasn't aware of that, but I'll certainly bring it to the attention of people in our property department and ask them to investigate that, as actually it would be a jolly good use of the site.
Moving on to question 5, Councillor Groves.
Chair, question to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Nick Adams-King. How will the Leader work to ensure the proposed Mayor for Hampshire and the Solent and their new combined authority is scrutinised and held democratically accountable for their planned unprecedented powers to drive growth, turbocharge house building and improve transport following the abolition of Hampshire County Council?
Leader.
Councillor Groves, Tim, thanks very much for your question. Can I just, I just need to, for a matter of clarity, just correct something in your question. So the mayoralty, the combined authority, does not succeed the county council. That last bit about following the abolition of the county council, we are still here as a body until such time as local government reorganisation abolishes us rather than devolution. And I think it's important that we all keep that distinction in our minds, because it is conflated both within what the government's asked us to do and quite often in all of our minds as we move forward. So just to be clear about that. All councillors attended a member briefing hosted by our Chief Executive earlier this week, where there was a clear explanation of the differences between a local government reorganisation, including the statutory responsibilities of the newly created unitary councils and the separate programme of devolution, securing new powers and responsibilities held in central government to mayors. As you would have heard earlier this week, mayors will discharge their new responsibilities through newly created strategic authorities. As one of 4 upper-tier local authorities for the area, the County Council will be establishing the new strategic authority and be a constituent member of it. As unitary councils are developed in due course, they will also be constituent members of the strategic authority. So as we move on and the unitary councils take their place, then they have seats at the table with the mayor in the same way that we previously would have done. The proposal that's coming forward from the government will talk about the number of seats that we have. There will be 2 seats for the county council on the combined authority or the strategic authority, and 1 each for Southampton, Portsmouth and the Isle of Wight. That forms part of the consultation about which I was talking earlier on this morning, and obviously it's something that I hope everybody here will take a look at and feed back. The other point to note is that it's early days, and there's significant governance matters to work through as we work in partnership with government and our neighbouring local authorities to establish the strategic authority. Being on the priority programme enables us to better self-determine future arrangements, and I'm committed to ensure that this is done in the best interest of Hampshire residents. And again, I think that piece around how we arrange scrutiny and what we establish is the important part that follows post-consultation, in terms of us then saying, so how is this actually going to work next year? How is scrutiny worked out? And that certainly is something that I've committed both with Keith and Adrian and with Kim and Andy, that we will work together on a cross-party arrangement, because this is something that is going to be here for a while, and we need to make sure works for us all, regardless of whatever the future might look like in terms of the local government landscape of Hampshire.
Councillor Groves, have you got a supplementary?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you for that answer, and I'm really interested to hear that we're actually creating, at the moment, an additional tier of local government on top of the ones we have at the moment. That's really interesting to hear. I am really also concerned that, there will come a time when we'll have new unitary authorities, and Hampshire County Council will be abolished, and the other districts will be abolished as well for unitary authorities. And at that point, there will be just 4 sort of unitary authorities or unitary leaders working with the mayor, and it sounds as though the mayor will have the final say. At the moment, we've got sort of 78 county councillors that can sort of scrutinise what the county council does. But with all these new devolved powers, as it stands at the moment, as I see, there won't be any...
Is there a question?
Good point. So the question is basically, well, thank you very much. You're quite right. I'm giving you my thoughts rather than the question. The question is, how are we going to be democratically sustainable when we no longer have the 78 Hampshire County Councillors to hold the combined authority and the mayor to account? Thank you.
Leader.
Tim, I completely understand your concerns, and you could have gone, do you agree with me at the end? I think that the issue the short answer to this is that, as I said, it's early days and we don't know. There are 2 different pieces of governance that we need to think about here. Firstly, there's the governance of the combined authority, the strategic authority, and that will have the mayor. Remember, the mayor is the chair of effectively a committee of those that are appointed by the councils, be they currently the upper tier councils in this iteration of what local government looks like, or be it representatives of the unitary authorities that the government wishes will succeed us. It's not quite another layer of governance in one sense, because the intention is that the mayor will succeed, or the mayor will replace in one way the police and crime commissioner, and I think that was something about which I was always quite keen. It may not be immediately, but it was certainly by the end of her term that would be the case. The other piece of governance about which we need to think is how the strategic authority would be held to account within the scrutiny processes of the council of the unitary councils that will succeed as well. So there are two pieces of work. One is more prescient, but it's more recent, in the sense that as we go through the summer, we need to make sure that the governance we put in place enables this current arrangement of local government to properly scrutinise what the mayor and the combined authority do, but also that within that arrangement, there isn't a way by which, to my thinking, this is a very personal view, but there isn't a way by which the mayor can do or undertake decisions that don't have the democratic support of the councils who are affected by those decisions. So whoever they might be shouldn't be able to dictate to particular parts of the county or particular councils within that makeup. So that's an important piece of work for us to work through, and it's one of those important and detailed pieces of work that will take time to get to a solution. There are examples elsewhere in the country where we can pull upon, but we need to make sure that there's something that works for us here in Hampshire and the Solent, about which we're all happy, and that's why, exactly why, we're having we will have further council meetings and further decisions to make as we go through the next year ahead of those elections in 2026, where we'll be re-elected, or we'll be up for re-election, and the mayor will be elected for the first time.
Thank you, Leader. We now move on to second questions. Councillor Wallace to the Leader.
Thank you. Questions on cross-pavement solutions for charging electric vehicles. The government is offering a £350 grant towards the costs of EV charge points at residential properties if they're also installing a cross-pavement charging solution. However, currently Hampshire residents cannot take advantage of this grant, as Hampshire policy only allows cable protectors on the pavement. Does Hampshire have any plans to review or update their policy? Thank you.
Leader.
Malcolm, thank you for that question. I'm one of the people lucky enough to not need cross-pavement solutions, but I can understand how tricky it would be for those people that do. It's acknowledged that EV ownership is growing rapidly, that there is increasing demand for convenient curbside charging. The cross-pavement charging solutions industry is, however, still in its infancy. A variety of products are commercially available, and some of these have already been trialled by other highway authorities with varying results. The County Council is seeking advice and learning from these to determine the practicalities of licensing, installation and typical day-to-day usage, and also the potential impact on routine highway maintenance. One issue arising from cross-pavement charging is that it's not always possible for EV owners to park directly outside their properties in terraced areas. And what must be avoided in cases like this is a scenario where charging cables are either trailed across and along footways, potentially causing a safety hazard for other highway users. I'm advised that the Highways team will be keeping this matter under review and will consider a review of the existing policy when there is sufficient evidence that the solutions available do not present any unwanted risks or expose the Council to an increased maintenance burden. I'm further advised that the grant referred to is currently only available to the end of March this year, and we don't know whether it will be continued thereafter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Wallace, have you a supplementary?
Thank you. Yeah, as the Leader mentioned, the government's forecasting a massive increase in electric car usage over the coming years, from around 20% now to 80% in 2030, and all these vehicles will need access to charge points. As I'm sure you're aware, in December, the government provided updated guidance to help local authorities in England to develop policies about the safe and effective use of cross-pavement solutions. So this issue is going to become increasingly important to our residents. Have we considered that new advice? Are we going to revise a policy based on the new advice from government?
Leader.
So the short answer is yes, of course, and I saw the advice myself and I took a look at it. And that forms part of our thinking, but I refer you back to the original answer, which is that I think some of our better learning can be from elsewhere to understand how you overcome all of the various challenges of this, which is not just about how you get you safely get a wire across a pavement to your car, but also how then you ensure that there is space outside your home to be able to do that, or there is a route by which you can do that, because it's not always going to be the case that somebody has an electric car and has parking outside of their home to be able to charge it directly outside in terms of on-street parking. So there are various challenges around this, and it's something that I think where it's a much greater issue in some of the urban centres. We can learn much more from that first.
Final question goes to Councillor Porter.
When the council tax bill arrives, it's clear that Hampshire County Council levies the largest amounts of council tax on the bill. The impact of the county council's increase will be of greatest concern to residents living in homes bands A to D. Does the county council know the percentage of households within the A to D categories that receive pension credit or universal credit? And is Hampshire County Council therefore expecting the increased cost to those households to be taken up by the benefit system for universal credit and pension credit?
Leader.
Jackie, thank you for that question. The County Council doesn't hold detailed information on the pension or universal credit that each household receives, as this is information that would be held by the billing authorities and we don't have access to it. So it's something that the districts and boroughs hold rather than ourselves. You'll no doubt be aware that Cabinet has recommended that later today in this meeting we'll be considering a 4.995 increase in council tax for the next year. And that obviously is something that we need to take into account. I'm pleased to say that all of our districts and boroughs have council tax support schemes, and they align those with the information they have around pension and universal credit arrangements, and it is those to which people should be pointed in order to receive support if they have any challenge in meeting the council tax demand that is sent to them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Porter, do you have a supplementary?
Add that to the list of the ONS requests, please.
I'm very happy to do so. I'm also very happy to use it as an example for which we can go through with Megan a bit later on.
That completes questions within the time specified. And we move on now to part one, matters for decision. And we start off with appointments. And I invite the leader to make the report, present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A short report from me. There are a small number of appointments required, mainly to fill vacancies as set out in the report. In addition, the following appointments are also proposed: that Councillor Stephen Reid fill the vacancy on the Hampshire 2050 Corporate Services and Resources Select Committee, and that Jodie Beckham and Katie Hutchings be co-opted to the Corporate Parenting Panel representing the Care Experience Adults Council. I move the recommendations, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Are there any questions? Any debate? So are you happy with the recommendations on page 26, together with the verbal appointments that the Leader has just mentioned? Thank you very much. Moving on, item 9, section 25 report of the Chief Financial Officer. I invite the Leader to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you'll be aware, the Chief Financial Officer is required to produce a separate report that sets out his view on the robustness of the estimates and the adequacy of reserves, and Cabinet and County Council are required to take this into account in setting the budget and council tax for the year. This year it has been produced as a separate report to Cabinet and County Council, and you will see that there are a number of recommendations for us to note. I particularly want to draw your attention to the fact that the Chief Financial Officer is recommending that the County Council puts up council tax by 15%, thereby triggering a referendum. This recommendation is driven purely from the viewpoint of the future financial sustainability of the Council, and I fully appreciate why Rob has put this forward in his professional capacity as our Chief Financial Officer. Cabinet carefully considered the recommendation and decided only to recommend a 4.995 council tax increase. In reaching this decision, we took into account a number of factors. Firstly, that with no county council elections in May, which would have made the cost of a referendum much less, we cannot justify suggesting that we spend £2.5 million of council taxpayers' money on a referendum that is most likely to be unsuccessful. To illustrate this, in the Bedfordshire PCC referendum in 2016, only 30% of people voted yes, and this was before the cost of living crisis. And there are a couple of other instances that we found where each time there has been a referendum put forward, it has been defeated by similar amounts. Similarly, we carried out a consultation in the summer of 2023, during which we asked people whether they would consider or they would support higher council tax increases, and only 18% of respondents at that point suggested that they would be in support of that. So all things being considered, therefore, we decided to recommend a council tax below the referendum threshold, but clearly we will need to continue talks with the government about a request for exceptional financial support in order for us to balance the 2026-27 budget. So before I commend the report to the Council, we're also just talking about this being Rob's report. And I just wanted to, before we get into the politics of the budget bit, to note that this is also Rob's final budget meeting for us before he retires. Now, Rob has been employed by the County Council, has been an important part of our finance team for 14 years now. Whilst some people might have thought over the years that his warnings of the impending challenges that we would have placed him in the position of being the voice of doom, I think, in fact, he's been a prophet with the foresight to see how we would eventually begin to reach these points. His sage advice has provided all of us, many of you here having been members of this council for far longer than I, with the warnings of the challenges ahead, and the foresight to see that this will be the point to which we get. But throughout that time, Rob has even-handedly and with good humour, and in being patient and kind, helped all of us understand the finances of the County Council, which are complex and intricate and impenetrable on occasion. And when they have become impenetrable for us all, as I said in Cabinet, he has been extraordinarily kind and patient in running through those figures with us, running through the explanations, and making the finances and the financial decisions that we have to make accessible and understandable to us all, and no more so than me and the members of Cabinet. So I'd just like to pay tribute to Rob for all of his exceptional hard work for the County Council. We wish you all the very best in retirement, Rob. There is a chance that we'll see you one more time at another council meeting, but just in case you dodge that one, because it's just before your retirement, we wish you a long and a healthy and a happy retirement, and a very well-deserved one. And thank you so much for all that you've done for the County Council. So I commend Rob's Section 25 report to the Council, and I know that some of our colleagues also want to say a few words, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
Yes, Councillor House.
Thank you very much, Chairman. There is actually a question on the end of this as well for Nick, but I wanted, and Nick did tip me off that he was going to do the Rob tribute at this point in the meeting, away from the budget debate, although the two are inexorably linked, aren't they? But I was trying to think of things to say about Rob, and actually Nick said the vast majority of them. But I do think these things sound a bit like obituaries, don't they? I've often thought that it would actually be good to have obituaries while people were still alive, so you can actually hear what people think about them and say about them. while they're still here to hear it. So Rob, you've had that today, but hopefully a good few decades before the real one, by which point we'll have been abolished anyway, so you wouldn't have had the opportunity. But before the budget each year, and most of you probably won't realise this, that Adrian and I have a session with Rob and usually finance colleagues, just for us to tease through with him the things about the budget we don't understand or where we've got extra questions. Some of them are pretty dumb and stupid inevitably, but I'm sure the same happens when Nick talks to Rob too. It's just the way it is, isn't it? They're complicated finance. And it is absolutely right that Rob deals with these things with good humour, good grace, and in a very timely way as well. We can ask the most ridiculous questions, and he'll still come back with detailed answers, or get his team to do the detailed answers. Whichever way, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because the thing is, it happens, and it happens in a proper, professional, sensible, friendly way, which is engaging and cooperative and collaborative. And I think that's actually a massive testament to Rob. And it was true of Carolyn when she was earlier in the process as well. But Rob's done this incredibly well over so many years. I often say with county council staff retiring, they're far too young. I don't know how it happens these days that people seem to retire far earlier than we often do. There's an imbalance there, isn't there, somewhere in the system. So thank you, Rob, for all of that. I hope we're going to get a little Rob speech on the back of this in a second or two, because you know, it really would be right and appropriate and timely to get your own back, Rob, after all the things that you've had to suffer from us. So thank you very much on behalf of all the team here on this side of the chamber. I'm sure that others who won't have the opportunity to speak will agree with those. There is a question, however, and this is firmly directed at Nick rather than you, Rob. We've been asked to note 11 things here that Rob has said, which you've said are carefully thought out. There's wisdom attached to it. Sage advice, I think, was the word you used, Nick. We're asked to note this, but not to do anything with it. And that, as a question, fills me with, in a process terms, a little bit odd. I recognise there's cabinet recommendations a bit later on in terms of the budget and the referendum and all the like. But here we just like noting it. I had rather expected that you'd be moving not only to note the first block of them, but then to disagree with the CFO on the referendum, to disagree with the CFO on the 15%. And we don't see that. So I just wonder why we haven't got that as a active recommendation as opposed to the passive recommendation, just to note what is actually a really useful report. And I'm pleased it has been separated out from the budget papers, because it would have got lost in the budget papers, and it was right to present it separately, and it was right to present it first. Thank you, Chairman.
Leader.
Keith, thank you. I'm going to give you a layman's answer, which I hope is correct. And if I'm not, then perhaps colleagues can help me out in the technical points of it. This is a recommendation of Rob that of which we need to take account. But at the end of the day, the budget that is presented to you all is a political act on behalf of the administration and of the cabinet, who have agreed it through our cabinet meeting. And I am suspecting that the fact that we have agreed in cabinet that this is the recommendation we will put to you all that's the point at which we choose not to follow the advice that Rob gave us, because we did deal with this as a separate item too in cabinet, I believe. So I think what we do is we note it at this point, because it is such an important piece of advice given the position in which we find ourselves that we should be aware of it. And I was very happy that we separate it out, because we should hear the independent advice of our CFO at the appropriate point, and it should be given the attention and and highlighted in a way that it deserves. But I would think that we've already taken that decision to present the budget to you in our cabinet meeting. I hope that's correct, but perhaps somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. There are nods, so I assume it's okay.
Councillor Tree.
Thank you, Chairman. So I came into this council in 2021 and suddenly found myself the leader of a group, a small group, but a group leader nevertheless, and was faced with having my meetings with Rob before the budget to talk through the budget. And I just want to thank him for how he patiently explained in layman's terms what is obviously a very, very complicated document for anybody who's been here a long time, let alone a new councillor, to try and understand what has to be done, what the political choices are, where there's room for any movement. And obviously, let's be honest, we all know that this has been a very tough period, certainly while I've been a councillor, and it's probably a thankless job to try and put this document together and for officers to do their best by Hampshire residents and Rob as Chief Financial Officer. I would just on Councillor House's comment of Rob looks too young to retire, I agree, but then it's probably because we're all looking a bit older or feeling a bit older ourselves. I wish, I was a young councillor once, I wish Rob all the very best in retirement. And of course, if he finds himself lost outside of council world, not in this council, obviously, for obvious reasons, with the changes ahead, but he could always stand for election and become a young councillor of the future. But whatever you decide to do, Rob, I wish you all the very best, and thank you for all the support you've shown me in this short space of time that I've been here. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure I can follow too much of what's been said already, but I would just like to add my very personal thanks to the help and kindness that Rob shows councillors and our group, and indeed even in running around this week to answer my daft questions about items on the budget. So thank you very much. Thank you for a lot of hard work and service over the years, and please enjoy your retirement and don't stand for election.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I associate myself with all those comments, Rob. Thank you for your help over the years, particularly when I was involved with trying to balance budgets and do finances and keep people happy. I'm concerned about paragraph F of your recommendations. Chairman, the Chief Financial Officer's view is that if council tax is only increased by 4.99%, it increases the likelihood that the council would issue a Section 114 notice and or trigger a further request for EFS in advance of the 2026-27 year, in advance of that year. The year we are about to budget for is the 25-26 year. The year in advance of 26-27 is the 25-26 year. We are getting advice from the Chief Financial Officer that there is a likelihood that during the course of this financial year ahead of us, we may have to trigger a Section 114 notice. I want to know what the degree of likelihood is of that. We tend to have balanced budgets. We have to have a balanced budget. We do have a balanced budget for the 25-26 year, even with a 4.99% increase. So what degree of likelihood is there? How possible is it that we would still trigger a Section 114 notice?
Leader.
Kendall. Thank you. Through you, Chairman. So we are talking about the 26-27 financial year, just to be clear. So I think there are two things really that we need to look at. So obviously the government has promised a review of local government funding during this current year. So we expect that to report over the summer. That will clearly be a key point for us in assessing what the budget looks like for 26-27. So I think we would need to wait for that to happen and understand what it means for us. I think within the report, both the revenue report and my own report, we have talked about the option of effectively giving ourselves a capitalisation direction. So we currently have the capital payments reserve, which is a revenue reserve, which is used to fund the capital programme. We could have the option of effectively borrowing to fund the capital programme or cut back on schemes within the capital programme, which would release that funding, which would go most of the way to balancing the budget in 26-27. But the key points to that is that we are then potentially looking at a £200 million recurring deficit because we're only balancing the budget from reserves again for 26-27. So I think my view would be, if I was still here, that in that eventuality, if with the size of the recurring deficit that we would have, even if we were able to balance the budget through doing that self-capitalisation direction, we still probably ought to be issuing a Section 114 at that point. So I think the time to review that will be after the government does its funding review.
Thank you very much, Rob. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chairman. I suppose the previous question has preempted more or less what question I was going to ask, but I would like to say that it's a great sort of loss when you see someone at the height of their powers in a senior capacity leaving a post like this, because it's a loss to the public service. And you know, it takes years for someone to get to that level of responsibility and commitment and so on. And it's, I just feel it's a bit of a loss to us as a whole. But my other question was that really in terms of what would, if it's possible, I don't know, within the constraints of this is a Section 25 statement about the 25-26 financial year, what advice would be given by the Chief Finance Officer on how to deal with things in the year ahead? Thank you very much.
Rob Carr.
Yeah, it's a very good question. I suppose the issue is, again, set out in the report before you, is that the levers that you have as a county council to balance the budget are extremely limited. So council tax is effectively restricted for you. So you're obviously setting at the referendum limit, or looking to set at the referendum limit. You can use reserves, or you can reduce spending in order to try to balance the budget. So you've done all those things for many, many, many years, but we're still in the position that the pace of change of the pressures that you face far outstrips your ability to be able to raise income and save money by reducing services. And that was the point that we put to the government as part of our EFS submission, that effectively there aren't any levers left for you to pull. And I think that will be something, again, which will be raising with the government as part of the 26-27 settlement, that what do they expect on authorities such as Hampshire to do when all of those levers have been pulled and yet we still face a recurring budget deficit. So I think you have to carry on doing what you're doing, so continue to look at options for savings and efficiencies, speak to the government about EFS and await the review of local government funding. As a last resort, you would look at that option for capitalising the capital payments reserve. But beyond that, I think that is a good question to ask the government. What do you expect us to do beyond that position once we get to the point of only providing services at the statutory minimum?
Thanks once again, Rob. Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair, and very happy retirement as well to yourself, Rob. I do have concerns in regards to paragraph F, as it has been mentioned. My feeling on this is that no matter what sort of council tax is increased, it's clear that we will need to use reserves to balance the budget. So it's inevitable that a 114 notice will come. So considering the pace of local government reform and the requirement for new authorities to be sustainable, is there a benefit to submitting an earlier 114 notice before a large amount of reserves are used up to cover the yearly spending, to cover the budget deficit?
Rob Carr.
So strictly speaking, to the letter of the law in terms of Section 114, it is only where you cannot balance the budget in a year that you would issue a Section 114 notice. Clearly, we're not in that position for 25-26 because we've got the reserves. I think to issue a Section 114, just as we did in the members' briefing, you've got to remember that Section 114 is something that means that the county council has to come back together to address the budget position. And if you look at my previous answer, if you've already done all of the various things that are open to you and we're still in the same position, then issuing a Section 114 and expecting the council to come back and do something different, I think would be quite difficult. Section 114 doesn't really mean anything to the government. It's not a requirement for them to act. And I think they would say it was probably premature in advance of the work that they intend to do on the local government financing system.
Councillor Cobbett.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to, first of all, associate myself with all the comments that have been made about Rob and wish him a very long, happy, healthy retirement and enjoy life. I really wanted to stand to just dwell for a moment on the seriousness of the report that we have in front of us today. We're all aware of the budget deficit. We're all aware of the issues that face us financially and the background.
Is this a question?
Sorry?
Adrian, is this a question?
Oh, is it? I thought we were in debate. Haven't got there yet.
Councillor Dowden, if this is a question, we'll come back to the debate in a minute.
Debate, Chairman.
Right. Councillor Kempji.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As I recall it, we asked the government to allow us to increase our rate by 15%. And my understanding was that the answer came back, not this year, chum, but possibly next year. So try again next year. First of all, is that avenue still open to us? And at what stage in the next financial year would we actually make that request, if it was still available to us to do so?
Rob Carr.
Didn't expect to be quite so busy, but there we go. Thank you for the question. So effectively, we can continue discussions with the government on our financial position at any time. I think in terms of a request for EFS, that does tend to be associated with the budget setting process, because anything that they give to authorities needs to be written into the local government finance settlement when it's laid early in each of the new years. So my suggestion would be that we wait for the review of local government finance. If there's nothing within that would suggest that it's going to change our position, then I think that would be the time that we would say, so we have no choice but to go for a further request for exceptional financial support in the form of an above referendum council tax increase. So I think that can be done pretty early on. We'll continue those discussions with the government, but I think in reality we don't get an answer to that until very late on in the process.
Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for Nick Adams-King, so you can sit, rest easy. Start your retirement. We know the Chief Finance Officer's view on the 15% increase, because he made that recommendation. He wrote to the government requesting the powers to do that. And we know that once that was turned down, we ended up in a situation of the referendum, and the Cabinet decided they wouldn't proceed with that on the basis that the referendum was unlikely to be won. What we don't have is your view that had the government given you consent to raise council tax by 15%, would you have done it?
Leader.
The short answer on that has to be yes, because we had we been in that position, that was the advice of our Chief Financial Officer, and that was the thing that enabled us to be sustainable going forward. And that would be the advice that any leader of any party would have had to follow, because otherwise we would not be providing a sustainable budget going forward.
Councillor Glenn.
Thank you very much. It's just a query out of ignorance more than anything else. If we're under a Section 114 this coming year, does that affect whether we can have an election in 2026 in May? No? Thank you very much.
No. I think that comes to the end of the questions. Before we go on to the debate, I'd just like to add my own thanks to Rob while I was leader for all the excellent advice he gave me then, which I think helped tremendously, particularly during COVID. And to say that I don't know whether we've just given him his leaving present of his opportunity to address so eloquently the council. You're going to be sadly missed, Rob. not only for your ability to explain things that are pretty complicated in such a clever way. Anyway, we're moving on now to the debate, and I've got Adrian, Councillor Collett.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to check it is debate now. Yes. I think actually what I said earlier on about Rob, we've seen this morning the clarity of the answers Rob gives us on really difficult issues. You come away with a feeling that you actually understand what's going on. So, yeah, thank you, Rob. No, I just wanted to pick up on the seriousness of the paper we have before us today. We're all aware of the budget deficit, the ongoing deficit in the background to that. But to have this report today, I think is I've never known anything like it. It is unique, and it's something that it's right that we very seriously take on board. Probably the last recommendation about the 15%, we will go into the budget debate in a moment, and I am sure that's an issue we will all think about very carefully. We will also understand the reason that the Cabinet have put forward their recommendations as well. I just didn't want the impression to be given to anyone that we're just noting it, move on, ignore it. It's not that at all. And it's really, therefore, so important that this was a separate report to make us have this discussion. Thank you, Chairman.
Have we any further debate? Councillor Dowden.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I want to say, first of all, Rob Carr, I've known for a long time. Obviously, I've been here 33 years, and he was a constituent of mine as well. And quite a close neighbour, actually. And he's always, to me, been not only competent, but also jolly in his answers. In other words, although this report is not actually jolly, but nevertheless it's... but I also want to say that how fortunate we've been from Southampton, actually, because Rob came from Southampton, and so did the Chief Executive. They followed each other. And we've been very lucky indeed to have them during this really testing time for the County Council. And this has been coming actually over the last, it's not just this year or last year, it's been coming for 5 or 6 years actually. And we didn't take heed of it, I don't think, sufficiently enough. But nevertheless, with this exceptional financial support that we've sought from government, I suppose we shouldn't be surprised that the government refused it, because, of course, they are in a difficult position themselves, there's no doubt about that. And, of course, they would consider that the previous government didn't help us out because we've been looking for the last 4 or 5 years for more support. And we didn't get it. But what I do feel is that I very much hope we can get out of this situation for the people of Hampshire, because I think the cuts that we're going to have to make to strive to get a balanced budget and not seek a Section 114 is going to be so difficult for so many people. It really is. And I know we're all doing our best, the executive members, the lot. Everybody's trying to do their best. But I just feel that, how can I say this? By the end of this year, unless there's more finance that come in this summer term, if you like, from government, then Section 114 is inevitable. It really is. I don't want to end on a depressed note. I hope it doesn't come to that. But that is the situation the way I see it.
Chairman. Any more debate at all? Leader, do you wish to respond at all?
No, sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm quite happy to move on because the main debate really comes in the next part.
We now move to the recommendations. Are you happy with the recommendations on pages 27 and 28? Thank you very much. We're now moving on to the main debate, I think. Who knows? The revenue budget and precepts for 25-26 and the capital programme. I'd like to invite the leader to start the proceedings off.
Chairman, thank you. And you'll be glad to know this is probably the penultimate bit at which I speak today. You've heard me say in this chamber that we should not talk about the council going bankrupt in the past. And that's the truth. Councils don't go bankrupt. Section 114 does not mean bankruptcy. And we need to be really clear, both for the people who rely upon our services and the people who work for us, that that is the case. Section 114 and the challenges we face simply mean that the simple fact that the costs of the services we are required to provide outstrip the funding we receive and the savings we can realistically be expected to deliver. And we know that now to be the case, and as Rob has very eloquently said a few minutes ago, the number of levers that we have to pull to get us through the situation is ever decreasing. So it's never truer that when we look at the budget before you for 25-26, the gross budget is now over £3 billion a year and will help to provide vital services to the public of Hampshire in the areas of education, social care, special educational need, and universal services such as waste disposal, highways and street lighting. Our net budget before use of reserves is just over 1.2 billion. And if the recommendation of a 4.995 council tax increase is agreed today, we will need to draw around 65 million from our reserves to balance next year's budget. I'm very conscious of the impact of council tax increase on households' budgets, but this has to be balanced against the needs of the most vulnerable in society who rely on our services. A 4.995 council tax increase equates to an extra £76.59 a year for a Band D property. That equates to about £1.47 a week, approximately the third of a regular latte in Costa. But that's still, for some households, an enormous amount of money, and that's why Jackie's question earlier was a really important one in enabling us to point people at the council tax support schemes that the districts and boroughs run. Over 50% of households in Hampshire are in bands A to C and will pay less than this, and others get support in the form of single-person discount or through those council tax support schemes. In deciding next year's budget, it's difficult to fully explain to residents the financial pressures we face, and I've therefore been trying to put this into terms that can be understood. You'll have heard me say some of these examples before, but I make no excuse for repeating them to you again. Every month we have around 30 people who are funding their own social care but run out of money and become our responsibility. That's 360 people per year, and even for those who are in the most basic, who receive the most basic care packages in care homes, that equates to at least £1,000 a week. And so for those 360 people, the amount of money that they are costing us is 18.7 million. When you consider the amount of money that we raise per 1% of council tax increase is 8 million, you will see that almost 50% of any council tax increase is already wiped out by the 360 people living in care homes. And they are by no means the main number of people we are required to support. In the last year, the number of younger adults needing a care package of more than £3,000 per week has more than doubled. That's another 78 extra people, each costing at least £156,000 a year, a total of 12.2 million. Since 2011, the percentage of the population over 85 in Hampshire has increased by 31% to just over 3.5%. By 2030, this is expected to increase by a further quarter to 4.4% of our population. And it is typically these residents who need our support most. The number of children in social care the number of children's social care referrals has more than tripled since 2011, requiring significant investment in new social workers, and we've added £7 million to next year's budget to deal with this. The number of educational health and care plans issued in 2015 was 3,884. For the current year, it is 17,314. That's an increase of almost 6 times. This has increased the cost of school transport and SEN for SEN children from £8 million to £75 million per annum, an almost 10% increase. Sorry, a 10 times increase. In 2019, we had 1 child in our care whose package cost was greater than £500,000. In the current year, we have 37. The cost to Hampshire of just these 37 children is £26 million per year. And it is those children and those people about whom I've spoken that we need to care most, because they are the people who need our help. And it is they I want to hear the message very loudly and clearly, that we don't go bankrupt. If you go bankrupt, you pull up the shutters and you stop helping people and you stop doing your work. We continue to help those people no matter what. And we continue to help those people until the last day of Hampshire County Council, and we make sure that they are professionally and appropriately transferred into the care of any succeeding council should that time come. So when people ask why Hampshire is facing such huge financial pressures, I would ask you to bear all of these facts in mind. This is why we have to continually search for savings to balance the budget, as the money we get from council tax and from the government doesn't go any way to meeting these huge pressures. You'll see in the papers further savings that have been put forward by officers and have been recommended by executive members and then Cabinet earlier this month. These are not things we want to do, but we have a statutory duty to do all we can to balance the budget, and regrettably, we must approve these new savings to help towards that. Before I ask some of my Cabinet colleagues to say a few words about what is happening in their areas, I just wanted to take a few moments to talk about the capital programme. Over this and the next 3 financial years, we will be spending nearly £1.2 billion investing in Hampshire. This includes a number of projects that help us control the pressures on our revenue budget. So 188 million is invested in new and extended school buildings to provide more school places for children in Hampshire. 166 million for structural maintenance and improvement of roads and bridges. 245 million for integrated transport plan schemes. 107 million to address condition-based enhancements to school, and 50 million for a waste recycling infrastructure to meet the legislative requirements of the new recycling schemes we are asked to introduce. So this is a significant investment in jobs and infrastructure of which we should be rightly proud. We continue to do the right thing for the people of Hampshire, and we continue to invest in Hampshire despite all the challenges we have. We are working hard across all of our directorates, and perhaps breaking from previous tradition with budget speeches. I'd like to hand over to the executive lead members for each of their areas to tell you a little bit more about the budget proposals for their directorates. Ros, and then Liz and Kirsty will update you on some of their areas. Ros first.
Councillor Chad.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Leader, and good morning. No, good afternoon, members now, aren't we? Apologies. The Leader has already highlighted in such a great way the most vulnerable individuals that we look after in children's services. And I'd really like to bring to your attention the prudent management of our expenditure in this area. Despite the challenges that we are facing with funding arrangements, Hampshire continues to stand out and be a beacon of excellence in delivering children's services care. We do this while ensuring that costs to taxpayers remain lower than in many other regions. Our recent outstanding rating for Ofsted in 2024 is a testament of our commitment in maintaining high standards of social work practice while remaining mindful of the financial responsibilities that we have. It is well known that a considerable proportion of our budget is allocated to travel costs for children eligible for school transport, as well as placement costs for children looked after. We've observed rising costs in these areas particularly concerning special educational needs transport. This increase reflects the growing demand in educational healthcare plans. We're currently receiving nearly 200 applications per month of these. Here in Hampshire, we are proactively addressing these challenges with innovative solutions. In social care, we have the development of Hockley House with our NHS partners. This pioneering provision ensures that our most vulnerable young people receive the support they need. It also looks after the public purse, as we are not having to purchase this type of provision from outside sources. And just to add to that note, if any members haven't had the opportunity to have a look at Hockley House, please do get in touch with either Stuart or I, and we will make sure. Moreover, our commitment to enhancing SEN provision includes the establishment of new schools and resource provisions. This initiative illustrates our dedication to meeting the diverse needs of every child in Hampshire. By investing in specialised education facilities, we aim to minimise the number of children requiring education outside Hampshire or in high-cost independent schools, benefiting both the County Council's reputation and, most importantly, the individual outcomes for each child. Can I just take the opportunity as well to highlight some of the findings from the panel, which I know in Children's Services we found very beneficial. Insights from our panel members have highlighted the importance of building stronger relationships with partners. This includes those making inquiries at the front door, those referrals that the leader spoke about, and those partners involved in commissioning placements. By collaborating more closely, we can secure the best settings for children at the right costs and ensure they receive the support they require. It was also highlighted and acknowledged that Hampshire is keenly aware of the implications of our dedicated schools grant. Should the statutory override be removed, it will negatively impact the County Council. What we're striving for in Children's Services is legislative change, which will be essential to making a significant impact on reducing the demand. And we will continue to monitor our spending in this area. But the most important thing, I feel, is giving the parents the confidence in our mainstream provision and that it will be inclusive for their children, and this will go a long way in improving that. The panel also provided valuable insights into potential strategies for reducing spend on school transport, particularly concerning our post-16 travel. We recognise that the need for a proper evaluation in these areas to ensure that we are making informed changes, but it is something that we will be taking on board. In conclusion, I want to assure you that we are dedicated to navigating these financial complexities in Children's Services whilst prioritising the needs of our children. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank our staff for all the work they do and to thank our members for their continued support as we really do strive to enhance our services and outcomes for our young people in Hampshire.
Councillor Fairhurst.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, despite all the challenges we face, adult services still deliver a service that protects our most vulnerable residents. As many of you who have visited some of our facilities with me know, you can't help but be impressed by the level of care and compassion that our staff display and deliver. As Professor John Bolton said in his report, there is no doubt that adult services provide some excellent quality services which also lower longer-term costs. And some examples of that. Our partnership with Argenti, for instance, supports 14,500 people in Hampshire. And in December alone, the service received over 402 new referrals. And some quotes from a recent survey of users. One, I'm very grateful for this. Another one is more than thrilled with the service. It is peace of mind for me as I have multiple health conditions, but your care line makes me feel safe. We're also transforming family carer support with a new technology service designed to lighten the load for them. We want to empower carers with practical technology which will help reduce stress and prevent burnout, making caregiving more manageable. We've already started working with over 60 carers, and the feedback so far has been absolutely fantastic. In the younger adult service, we are taking a forward-thinking approach to improving the lives of adults with learning disabilities in Hampshire through a pioneering partnership by integrating voice-activated technology. The aim here is to promote independence, enhance their daily living, and reduce administrative pressure on care staff. Extra care in Hampshire. All 21 of our schemes across Hampshire are working at about 98% occupancy, and we're working well with landlords and care providers, ensuring residents have their own home with the security of care on hand 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've also introduced a short stay flat in extra care at Chessel Lodge in Winchester, with the first resident having moved in for a trial a few weeks ago. And this flat will enable residents to trial extra care housing, either moving from hospital or from their own home, before having to make a permanent decision. We recently carried out an extra care housing survey with our residents, and of those who responded, 96% of the residents stated that living in extra care housing made a positive impact on their lives. They felt safer and more secure and maintained their independence while making new friends and having access to support. Now, for anyone who hasn't been to visit our extra care and doesn't understand it, it is where people move from their own homes or from hospital into one of our extra care schemes where they have their own front door. They have a secure tenancy, but they can be as independent as they like, but there is care always on hand. And for some people who've lived on their own, actually moving in there, it gives them a new community. They develop new friendships, and actually their lives are greatly enhanced. Another way we're saving money is the use of our in-house short-term breaks to help reduce the numbers going into full-time residential care. It's another way of lowering our costs in trying to enable people to stay independent for longer so we can improve their lives. These are only some of the ways in which we are working to address our funding problems, but at the same time, ensuring people are always given the help, assistance, and support they need when it's needed. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, before I ask Councillor North to speak, this is just to confirm that we'll be breaking for lunch at 1 o'clock. Councillor North.
Thank you very much, Chairman, after that very important announcement. The Universal Services budget grapples with our desire to deliver quality services to which residents are accustomed and the impact of the pressure faced across all areas of the Council and its impact on our Directorate's budget. In highways, we had some good news. We received an extra 14.1 million additional grant from government for highways maintenance, bringing our total grant up from 37 million to 52.9 million. Now, that's not enough for a network of our size, but it's nonetheless welcome to continue to carry out those pesky pothole infills. We continue to deliver huge infrastructure schemes such as the Botley Bypass and Junction 10 of the M27, which you will hear more and more about as the year goes by, but it includes a very technical concrete box slide, which myself and Councillor Baumann will become very, very expert on the details of as the year goes on. Councillor Baumann has approved plans very recently for a disruption charge aimed at utility companies and roadworks which cause delays and clog up our network. A consultation will be held later in the year, but other authorities that have introduced this charge have boosted their highways budgets by between £5 and £10 million a year, and half of this can go directly to pothole repairs and others to air quality and congestion busting schemes. In waste, we welcome the first extended producer responsibilities or EPR payment, which is included in this budget, and have set aside, as the leader has said, 50.5 million for the development of a new recycling facility in Eastleigh. The independent panel have highlighted that we must do more to drive up our recycling rate to achieve savings by utilising cheaper processing costs. It further recognised the difficult relationship between district and boroughs as waste collection authorities and the county council as the disposal authority, and highlighted the need for greater collaboration to achieve better outcomes and drive savings. And I'm taking that forward by engaging with all of our waste collection authorities over the coming month. And in fact, some of you sat in this room received an email from me to that effect earlier today. Within countryside and recreation, sites continue to work towards cost neutrality and further the ability to raise revenue. We've had a great example of that at Tile Barn Outdoor Centre recently, which has just retrofitted its camping pods to enable stays all year round, as they're now heated, so much nicer to camp in. I want to thank our huge network of volunteers, whether that's town or parish councillors, our own access volunteers or path wardens, who undoubtedly go such a long way to helping us to achieve savings within countryside by delivering much needed work on the footpath and rights-of-way network. On that network, we're working to take a more preventative approach to damage to save costs rather than reactionary maintenance, particularly to surfacing and rutting. The independent panel recognised that greater work could be done in collaboration with public health. We have some super events and public health measures in our country parks already, guided nature walks, sensory walking routes, or indeed a park run or two. And recognising the clear benefits on physical and mental health of utilising our rights-of-way network and country parks, we will explore all available cost measures, working closer together in this vein. Turning to passenger transport, work continues to encourage commercial viability and to spend funds increasing bus usage, supporting community solutions and looking to join gaps with successful services with innovative solutions. Councillor Bowman is leading on the holistic approach to passenger transport across the council with an eye to improving services while still reducing costs. And as we heard earlier, thanks to Councillor Wallace for his question to Councillor Adams-King, we received 14 million of government grant to help achieve this, the BSIP and BSOG. In property services, whilst inflation has remained high in this area, we've continued to reinvest in our school estate and Scola Reclad programme, as well as re-roofing and improving insulation at schools such as the Abbotts Primary School in Alton, Warblington School in Havant, and Fleet Infants, among others, in our current programme, making sure that our maintained school estate is fit for the future. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to take a moment to thank the 88 members of staff who applied to the MARS scheme and who left the council at the end of last month for their hard work within the Universal Services branch. And as you'll see from the report, this contributes to £447,000 of savings. And on that note, I'll hand back to our leader. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor North. Just so you know where we are, we're at the point at which I think I'm right in saying we answer questions.
I've got a bit more to say.
Oh, right. Okay, fine. Leader, over to you again.
Sorry, a little bit more of me. I promise not very much more. So thank you to each of you for giving us that update on where we are. So you might reasonably ask now, what does the future hold? It basically means that we continue to do everything we possibly can to balance our budget. It is an enormous and challenging task. And you would have seen at Appendix 6 of this report that we have asked an expert panel in the last few months to come in and look at all of the things that we do. Many of these people have acted as commissioners in other councils where Section 114 has already been called. And they were able to look into every nook and cranny of all of the different pieces of work that we do in order to see whether there are any more savings that we can possibly achieve. As a consequence of that, we are now embarking on a transformation programme that will look to enact all of those recommendations they have made, that where we feel that there can be improvements to continue. And to continue within that framework to become as entrepreneurial, continue within the framework within which we have to operate, within the constraints that government give us, to be as entrepreneurial as we can, to use our ring-fenced grants as innovatively as possible, and to be as commercial as we are able in looking for opportunities to raise money. I've told you previously about the benefits of our capital programme, and we will be reviewing all of our land holdings, buildings and assets, looking to raise further capital sums going forward. I'm clear, though, that these are the family silver. And although Rob has alluded to the fact that we could effectively provide ourselves with our own capitalisation directive, that should only be considered if we feel that it is buying us the time to enact further transformation that makes our budget sustainable. The assets that we hold are the legacy of our predecessors. They're the legacy that the people who have sat in this chamber over the many decades before us have left us. And it is very clear to me that we should only be using the money from that to invest in the future so that we create a legacy for whatever successor organisations there might be. I will not use that money to plug our budget gap. I will only use it to transform matters, to allow time to transform things if we need. And nor should we borrow. Councils who are at this moment being encouraged to borrow to bridge their budget challenges seems to me entirely perverse. That really is the situation where you are mortgaging the house in order to pay for the groceries. They might be doing so to transform, and we know from the expert panel review that we've already done much of that work. There is still work to be done, and we will continue to look at that, and they've identified over £20 million worth of savings. But that does not come close to closing the budget gap we face. And the fact is that such a small proportion of our £3 billion budget, is a testament to the hard work of our officers and councillors in seeking efficiencies and cutting out unnecessary expenditure. We have over the years asked government for help. My immediate predecessor, Rob, asked the government quite clearly for additional financial support. I've been asking them for powers and freedoms to enable us to innovate, to enable us to do things differently, to enable us to charge those who can afford to pay for some of the services they receive where the government tells us currently we cannot. The government have been telling us that they've invested 69 billion to boost local government. They've included within that a £600 million recovery fund for local government. We received nothing from that, absolutely zero. And from the 69 billion that apparently is being invested in the local government sector, I can find about 5 million that they've given us in additional grant this year. So that's paltry in relation to everything else. And Angela Rayner now wants us to use average council tax rates as a basis for establishing financial settlements, reportedly. We asked to increase council tax. They said no. And so with the second lowest council tax of any county in the country, we find ourselves both being penalised by the fact that our grants in the future will apparently be based upon an assumption that we receive the average council tax, despite the fact that we are one of the lowest, and yet we can't raise it to get to the point of being close to the average in order that we can benefit further. So what are we supposed to do? And that comes back to the point that Rob made so eloquently earlier on. It feels that there is a slow strangulation of the southern counties. It's cruelly calculated and politically partisan. And so we are left in a situation where we need to remember all of those people that I talked about earlier, all of those who that we need to serve as best we can. And perhaps that's also why the government is so keen on local government reorganisation, forcing us towards our abolition and to raid the coffers of the districts and boroughs in order to support local government in Hampshire going forward, those that don't have enormous debts already. And speaking of which, before Keith talks about how we need to consider, we should have considered this earlier, and how angry he is at the fact that we're all in this place and that there should be apologies made, I think we should. I think there is an apology to be made by the political establishment to all the people of Hampshire for the way in which we find ourselves now. And it's not just of our party. Remember, the council tax freezes that began to create this problem for us started under the coalition government. Before that, there were various changes to local government finance that disadvantaged the rural areas and the county council under the Labour government. And now under this new Labour government, we have the same situation occurring again. And it seems quite clear to me that no matter who of us has gone to talk to our colleagues in Parliament, no matter which one of us from whatever party has tried to put the case for Hampshire forward in the past, no one has ever listened to us. No one has been able to understand, or perhaps been prepared to understand, the kind of warnings that Rob has been giving us for years. So the entire political establishment, to my mind, needs to apologise. We should have anticipated this better. We should have anticipated the pressures on social care. We should have anticipated the issues that came as a result of COVID. We should have anticipated the changes to special educational need rules in 2014, and we did not. People are living longer. We have more vulnerable children, that we have greater social care pressures, and we all know, because we all deal with it day by day in this council chamber, that the whole system needs reform. So by the point that we get to the 2026-27 budget, it's entirely possible that we'll be talking about a section 114. Both Jonathan and Mark asked really useful questions around that of Rob, and it is, I think, entirely contingent on us now to ensure that we have an early conversation with government, that the conversation that we started a couple of months ago when we began to talk about exceptional financial support needs to continue, because Rob is absolutely right. Our levers are now so limited that there is nothing left for us to do. And so they need to understand now that we have a problem for next year, and they need to look at ways by which we can help us. And my answer to that is not to just make us put up council tax and give us that as the only option, as they did this year, but to enable us to look at the different ways by which we could still reform and help balance our budget in that way. So I come back to the beginning. We will not be bankrupt. We will still care for our most vulnerable residents. We will still fix potholes. We will still educate our children. We will still run outstanding children's services. We can and we will get through this together. And that's why, alongside today's budget, we are introducing the Hampshire Pledge. This is something that will be introduced alongside the council tax bills that will go out to our residents later today. No matter what, we will still continue to look after the residents of Hampshire. We will still continue to do all that we should for our neighbours. So we're asking the people of Hampshire to help us, and we're making a pledge to them to reassure them that whatever the situation in which we find ourselves, those services will continue. I'm going to ask Millie just to put up on the screen what that looks like. This is what we will be asking people to do. It gives a list of promises that we will make to the people of Hampshire, and it gives various items that we will ask them to do to help us. Because everyone can play their part in this situation. Everybody can help with what we're doing. So whatever local government looks like, whatever our future, we will still work over the next year as hard as we can to create a sustainable, innovative, prosperous and caring and kind Hampshire. And we'll continue to do that until Hampshire County Council's final day. And we will transfer the powers and the responsibilities of this council to any successors in an orderly fashion that ensures that all of the people for whom we care, all of the people for whom we employ, are thought of and taken into account in that process. This will be sent to you all a little later on this afternoon, by the way. Finally, a huge thank you to all the teams who have put this budget together, and a thank you to all of you who have helped scrutinise it. You will scrutinise it further now by way of the debate. I look forward to listening to all of your points of view, and I will take any and all new ideas into account. But I think we all recognise that our space for those new ideas has been ever decreasing. We are exceptionally fortunate to have incredibly dedicated and incredibly helpful and supportive staff across this organisation. And my thanks go to them all because it can't be an easy thing to hear that we have the challenges that we have. I commend this budget to you.
Thank you, Leader. We now move on to questions. And first off is Councillor Tree.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm listening very carefully to what's being said, and so thank you to Mr. Carr for his report and the Leader and executive members who have spoken so far. We run some very vital services, and so my question is, does this proposed budget keep our children and vulnerable adults safe and protect the dignity of our elderly residents in a way that would be reasonably expected of any local authority covering those areas of service with an adequate level of budget available? Because for me, that is what I truly need to understand where it comes to those absolute core services. If I was to support this budget, are we keeping those residents safe, and are we providing what we should be expected to provide? Thank you.
Leader.
A really short answer, yes. We have a statutory responsibility to do that, Andy, and we will continue to do that no matter what the challenges we face.
Are there any other questions before we move on to debate? Okay, we move straight on to debate. Councillor House.
I ended my contribution to last year's budget debate with what I thought was just the potential for a spirit of optimism. We were due to have a general election and the potential of real change. We were due to have county council elections and the potential for real change. Well, of course, neither of those have happened. We've had the general election, yes, of course, but we haven't really had real change. We've had more of the same. And of course, we haven't had a county council election at all. All we've had is a sordid abuse of democracy by stringing out the life of this council for longer than it has a mandate for. So if my optimism from this time last year has disappeared, I make no apologies for that. And Nick has a very reassuring style, doesn't he? And presents very well. An eloquent speaker. Applaud him absolutely for that. But this is not business as usual. And there can be as many Hampshire pledges as we like, but we are effectively at the point of bankruptcy. Let's explain that word bankruptcy. It's the point where your ongoing expenditure is greater than your ongoing income, and you've expended the money that's in your bank account. And when you've done all that, you've got nowhere else to go. It's effective bankruptcy. We need to understand that. It really is important. We don't try some sophistry to turn those words around. And I too would like to thank staff for everything they've done with this budget. I'd like to thank those staff who are no longer with us, because budget cuts have made us say goodbye to them. And indeed to those staff who we'll have to say goodbye to over the course of the next year or so, because we haven't got the money to pay them any longer or fund the services they currently provide. And I very much regret that. But for our existing staff, we've already heard tributes to Rob today and the whole team, right the way across the entire organisation actually. They are in an impossible situation trying to make these numbers work. None of this was of their asking. They are our humble servants. They do the job that needs to be done to try and make the numbers add up. And the fact they can't add them up isn't actually their fault. It is the whole system's fault, as Nick said earlier. But I think there were some gaps in Nick's bit of history that I'll come to in a second. So the budget gap, let's just repeat a couple of those numbers. We're moving inexorably towards a £200 million gap in the budget. We've seen some crazy numbers. Many of you were at the members' briefing just a few days ago, where things like school transport, which 10 years ago was £28 million, is now at £119 million. We actually need a fundamental change in the way we think about school transport, actually, because the numbers aren't going to add up ever under the current regime. We have a whole stack of savings targets that have been set forward. Some of them, we know we're not going to make them. We pretend we will, but we're already not making last year's or the year before's in many cases because it's too difficult. It's simply not possible to do that and maintain proper services. We've had reports to us now of an unsustainable budget in 2022-23, in 2023-24, in 2024-25, and for 2025-26, but no answers on how to solve this. We asked for extra support from government. Maybe come back to that in a moment. And government has said, no, we're not quite broke enough just yet. We're only going to help those that actually are broke today, as opposed to those that are going to get broke the day after tomorrow. And we asked for permission to put council tax up by 15%, knowing full well there was a likelihood of not being any elections. I wonder if those two go hand in hand. Of course they do. Secondly, we know that if we'd gone for a referendum, it would have cost us £3 million and people would have refused it. So it was again put up as something which clearly couldn't work. So we have problems here that are pretty deep and they're not answered. We now have this expert panel. I'm not sure how much this expert panel's cost. I know some of them on the panel, so I'm not going to comment on them individually. One or two of them are friends. One or two I've worked with closely and still do. But I wonder how much the cost of that panel was and how many of their recommendations we couldn't have come up with by ourselves if we'd engaged properly across the organisation, including with all elected councillors, not just some. I think a fair number. So we now have this perfect storm in front of us today of a Section 114 notice during the course of the year, and I agree with the analysis from the discussion earlier on that probably the timing of that is the point when we have news of a government settlement for the following financial year rather than before it. But let's not kid ourselves, because there's too much kidding ourselves going on in this system. The likelihood is money will be moved from what are considered by government to be affluent areas, like the southeast, into areas that are considered by government to be less affluent areas, like the northwest and the northeast. It's sort of the reverse to what happened when the Conservatives were running the government. So we shouldn't hold out too much hope of a fantastic new financial settlement coming to us anywhere near soon. And it's important that we understand that. So you'll have heard me say one or two of these things before, but I make no apology for saying them again. I think I've heard that before already today from Nick. Because we have lost opportunities along the way. We did freeze council tax. Conservative administration, I think probably everyone voted for it, but it was a Conservative administration that proposed it. We did freeze council tax through the coalition years, which lost us in ongoing terms £100 million. It's a lot of money. We could use that today. We failed to maximise income where we could at every opportunity. I've talked repeatedly over the years about things like feed-in tariffs, about property, about actually encouraging development to get more income from council tax through new housing. And none of these things have happened. We've even lost opportunities for charging. We hear belatedly we're now thinking about talking to utility companies, following on from other councils. Why weren't we the first to do that rather than the Johnny-come-latelys? So we have deep cuts coming at us, and we know also that not all those savings will be achieved. And Nick was right to say we could have sorted some of this out during the coalition government. He was right to say that some of this is the responsibility of the current Labour government. He was right to say that some of this was the responsibility of Gordon Brown's government and Tony Blair's government. I'm sure he didn't go back as far as Alec Douglas-Home and Winston Churchill. That was the implication. But there was a missing decades gap in Nick's analysis, which was that period between 2015 and 2024 when the Conservatives had a majority with the 7 or 8 or 9 prime ministers that we had during that period. Was it 7 or 8 or 9? It was nearly that, wasn't it? I did lose count at some point, and likewise the number of chancellors. We lost those opportunities during those years to tackle the problem, and the responsibility for all of that period has to be down to the Conservative Party and Conservative members of Parliament that kept on voting to underfund local government and kept on effectively saying to local government, you can make cuts because it's in our DNA. A bit like Elon Musk in America at the moment, but perhaps with a bit less style. So we have a perfect storm in front of us now, and we know that we have no way at this late stage of climbing out of the hole. If we'd done all those things over those years, and for at least the last decade, those of us on this side of the chamber have been recommending we do some of those things, We could have climbed out of the hole. But now we haven't got a long enough ladder to climb out of the hole. It simply won't reach, and we're going to go under. It's too late. We have a perfect storm. What's worse now is that we've tried to suggest some fixes that we know aren't going to happen. The suggestion of not just for the third year in a row, the highest council tax increase in Hampshire County Council's history, which we have this year again, but the suggestion that was going to be pursued by the leader, and he said so again very clearly today, of going for a £230 increase for the average Band D council taxpayer, with a 15% council tax increase. And this is a regressive tax, remember. Despite the fact that some bits of it are picked up with the benefits bill, it's disproportionately a burden on people with lower incomes. And we need to understand that too. We know the review of funding isn't going to work. We know that a capitalisation directive, as has been suggested, would be a bad thing to do. You don't borrow to fund ongoing services and create a bigger hole in the future. And that's also the difference between those councils that prudently have borrowed to secure long-term income. Some of our districts, Portsmouth too, where if you borrow to create long-term income with a strong asset base behind it, then actually you're guaranteeing your future. What we have here is the reverse of that. We have flogging off the family silver, as Nick said we're now having to do, to fund ongoing expenditure of a kind, where we're raising reserves to do exactly what we said we would never do. And Stephen Reed always used to say I was trying to do this. Well, I wasn't. Raiding reserves to fund ongoing expenditure, which you can only spend once. It doesn't add up, and we need to understand that it doesn't add up. So this council has no mandate from the 1st of May. It has a fake mandate by this conspiracy to abuse democracy by postponing elections, probably to never happened. We're now told, well, they're going to happen in 2026. Well, they might. But it'd be much more convenient for government in a year's time to say, the county council's only got a year or two left, we're not going to bother anymore. It'll save some money as well, won't it? I even heard that line being used. If we don't have elections this year, we're going to save some money. I thought that was the worst possible explanation for what was going on. It really took the biscuit. So we have this fake future ahead of us too. It's called devolution and local government reorganisation, as if that's suddenly going to solve everything. Well, of course it isn't. It's the latest chimera. It's the latest delusion, the latest fantasy, the latest dream that says this is going to fix things. Well, it isn't. The ongoing problem of local government finance is only going to be fixed either by new taxation or by government grant coming to local government to replace the grant that's been lost over the course of the last 15 years. Now, at the moment, the Labour government admits it's pretty well broke. Well, it inherited that, didn't it, from the Conservative administration that ran down the country's finances for a decade on the never-never. So we're not going to see a quick fix here. All we're going to do is abolish this council, abolish our districts, abolish the cities of Southampton and Portsmouth councils, and replace them with new bodies that will be equally unsustainable. Because if you load the existing budget pressures onto new councils, you're going to get the same result. And we need to admit that. We need to be saying it. We need to be shouting it. We need to be demanding attention rather than simply saying, we're going to fix this by local government reorganisation. Because, yes, of course, there might be modest savings from reducing the number of councillors and reducing the number of councils, but they're only going to be modest savings. They're not going to be dramatic. They're not going to be anywhere near £200 million. It's an absolute delusion, a fantasy, a dream, if you think that local government reorganisation and creating a greater Southampton and a greater Portsmouth and a greater Winchester and a greater Basingstoke Council is something that fix this stuff. It isn't. It isn't. My fear is that what we are doing here in this council chamber is just kicking the can down the road long enough so that it becomes someone else's problem. And that, to me, is what this budget is all about. There is no vision here. When we've asked over the years about, well, what's the plan to sort this out then? We always get, well, there isn't really a plan. There's an idea maybe, but it's mainly about writing letters to the government. We know that doesn't work. We've tried it year after year after year. So what we're really doing here is saying, if we can fudge and mudge along the way, if we can sell a bit more, if we can borrow a bit more, if we can find ways of spending a bit less here and there, we'll kick the can down the road just long enough for it to be someone else's problem. And I don't think that's good enough. We are where we are. I appreciate the impossible situation that we're now in, but we should be honest about that. We shouldn't simply be saying there's a solution out there when we know at the moment there isn't. There really isn't. It's dishonest, it's disingenuous, and linked to cancelling democracy. It really doesn't add up and it doesn't work. We're not inevitably going to propose an amendment to the budget for the reason that there is no amendment that will dig us out of a hole and give us a ladder that's big enough to solve the problem. But we've got to start some of those things that we've been listing over here for the last decade or so to at least try and make a bit of a difference along the way, because it might just help a little bit, and it might even encourage the government to recognise we're trying to do things differently. Yes, that means encouraging green energy. Yes, it means encouraging building more homes. Yes, it means thinking about finding innovative ways of making your charging work. All these things can help, but we're not doing it. There is still no plan. So, colleagues, I'll end where I started. I'd hoped to be in a position this year of being a bit more optimistic about the future. But I've got to be honest with you, there is no optimism out there. And we can have fine words, we have eloquent words, and Nick's very, very good at this. We can have fine, eloquent words about how actually it'll all be all right on the night. Colleagues, it really won't be.
Okay, members, it's now just after 1:05. We'll break for lunch until 2:10. That's 2:10. And we will now continue the debate on the budget. And we're at the debate, we've done the questions, and therefore I'd like speakers, if there are any.
No, it would be Councillor Tree and then Councillor Taylor.
Oh, that's right, yes, Councillor Tree. Sorry, we just heard so much from you this morning. I
was going to say, I can forgive you, Chairman. You stopped me before lunch and I thought you were going to cancel me altogether then.
No. Very good.
Maybe to others' detriment, you haven't. I'm very grateful. So thank you. So it's always worth noting again that the independent group is made up of us as 4 individuals and is not a political party in itself. Councillor Parker-Jones and Councillor Pankhurst are independents, and I'm the leader of the local Whitehall and Borden Community Party that stands for local elections in various councils in my division. Councillor Wallace is the sole Green Party councillor in this chamber and will share his own comments during the debate. On behalf of the independent group, I would first like to begin by thanking the officers tasked with putting this budget together. We appreciate how difficult this has been to achieve in the current climate, and as always, we thank Carolyn Williamson as Chief Executive and Rob Carr as Chief Financial Officer and their teams. It's an impossible task with the funds available to try and rank services in order of vital to highly desirable and come out with a budget that the Hampshire residents deserve. And I want to thank all of our staff across all departments for the work that they do that is valued. Thank you. We know that many years of above inflation increases in social care costs and significant increases in demand for special educational needs and disability provision has compounded the problem, where the failure of successive governments to fund these increases is a key issue. Whilst it is surely factual that the previous Conservative government did not fix adult social care funding, nor has the Labour government yet, it's the elephant in the room when talking about devolution, local government reform and future financial planning, and it needs resolving. It feels like a case of having our fingers crossed that government will offer some financial support during what will now become a transitional stage to a mayoral combined authority and unitary councils, hopefully in the up-and-coming spending review. Otherwise, I fear we simply watch reserves further depleted and another request for 15% council tax rise going in the following financial year. At least the lack of political choice that all sides suffer from in here is hopefully coming to an end. And I really do hope that devolution and local government reform will provide the much needed financial solution to Hampshire and all our residents. As sad as it may be to see the almost 136-year-old Hampshire County Council abolished, it can at least give hope to us in this room on all political sides who stand for election to unitary councils that we should be able to make a positive difference in the future with more exciting and rewarding choices ahead. The household waste and recycling centres have been saved, and this must be acknowledged as positive. My residents were delighted about the Borden tip staying open, and were pleased I spoke out on this issue at Select Committee and Cabinet. But this cannot completely detract from other decisions that were made on the same day, including the end of homelessness support by Cabinet. We do worry that those with less of a voice suffer the most when cuts are made. I want to acknowledge that the Department for Transport settlement for 25 to 26 announced in December is higher than it was for 24 to 25. So aside from the further SP25 proposals for highway maintenance, there is likely to be a small net increase for structural repairs and planned maintenance. The budgets for routine and reactive maintenance are essentially unchanged. Hampshire has received 8.45 million of the 132 million Network North funding over 23-24 and 24-25, but the government has indicated that the remainder will be subject to further review in 2025. They have also highlighted that this was an initiative of the previous government, so at this stage it's unknown whether further Network North funding will be forthcoming, and I'd be interested to learn more about that. Although I appreciate the responsibility the Council has to agree a budget, the political reality is that our voices in our group are unlikely to give a casting vote. There are just 4 of us in a political council. We will be making our own individual choices, being open-minded to hear what is said in debate today. Councillor Parker-Jones made a pre-election pledge in 2021 to not support a budget that would adversely affect residents in her division, and Councillor Pankhurst has previously lobbied executive members and MPs to highlight concerns. Councillor Wallace intends to make his own position clear as a sole Green Party councillor during the debate. Unlike my three colleagues, I do not have a chance to speak later in the debate, and so will quickly acknowledge some positives in my own Whitehill, Borden and Linford division. Borden Library remains open. As I've said, the TIP has remained open. I understand the Future Skills Centre is in process of having further educational use decided from the next academic year, and individual councillor grants have enabled me to support local organisations. I'm delighted that last month an estimated £1 million project to increase capacity at Hollywater School has been approved. This will be by 20 places, starting in September 2025, to meet the high demand for school places for children with severe learning difficulties. However, the state of roads continues to frustrate, even though I recognise the previous government grant has put us in a better position than might have been expected otherwise. The most important areas of all are children's services and adult social care, referencing my earlier question to the leader. And I'm grateful to him for the unequivocal answer he gave me regarding young people being safe and our elderly having dignity, and young people being safe under this, vulnerable young adults being kept safe under this budget. Public transport in my division is woefully inadequate, and I was extremely dismayed that £2 million of S106 windfall was used to effectively reimburse the council itself for creating a relief road and not towards public transport solutions needed in a growing town with no railway station. Promises made to the electorate are important. I said in my 2021 county election literature that I would fight for a Hampshire County Council budget that is fair to Whitehill, Borden and Linford, putting residents first in any vote. I recognise my responsibility to the whole of Hampshire when it comes to this budget, but I must keep my word, and thus will listen carefully to the rest of the debate to determine how I vote based on my pledges. And I can honestly say I'm currently feeling conflicted and torn. I really do care about discharging my duties in the right way and doing right by those who elected me. We will not be putting forward an alternative budget or any amendment today because we believe the whole thing has been stripped back so far that there are no changes that could be made with the funding available that could alter the situation we find ourselves in the here and now and before devolution and local government reform. It is hard, obviously, to be particularly optimistic about Hampshire County Council when Hampshire County Council has no future, and therefore we are talking about managing decline in the best way possible. I recognise that a 4.99% increase may be more palatable to residents than a 15% rise in council tax. We in our group were all elected in 2021, aside from Councillor Wallace, through a by-election in 2024. It will be for others in this chamber who were here during the decades of keeping council tax low to defend that policy or challenge it if they advocated a different view when it came to the budgets of the past. I do appreciate Councillor Adams-King's straight talking today in terms of acknowledging mistakes made by politicians in the past. I think people would respect that. It'll be interesting to see how the Hampshire Pledge unveiled today is converted into tangible actions. I personally wanted to see an election in May this year and for all parties to be able to put forward their proposals, including Councillor House as leader of the Lib Dem largest opposition group, and for an election to give a fresh mandate at this critical time. Regardless of who I or our group would support or not support, democracy is important. However, the election has been postponed by government following the request by Cabinet last month. Moving forward, we reaffirm our desire to work proactively with the administration, opposition councillors of all sides and officers to strive to make Hampshire County successful for our residents in its final years. As I've said before, I've found there to be many decent people on all sides of this room with compassion and integrity. I want to end by thanking the leader, Councillor Adams-King. Nick, you took on the leadership of Hampshire County Council last year when it could quite reasonably be described as a poison chalice. I want to express my personal thanks and thanks on behalf of our group for how you have taken on the challenge, how you have dealt with us in a professional and friendly way, and how it is quite clear that you are genuine and sincere in wanting to give your job 110%, even if not everyone in this chamber agrees or supports all the political choices made. We offer you, your Cabinet and senior officers our support in navigating the difficult times ahead as we seek to do the best we can for all our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tree. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again to all the staff who have prepared and worked very hard on this budget and in delivering our services over the last year. I started off thinking about what to say today by actually looking at what I'd said in previous years. It made for pretty depressing reading, to be honest with you. In 2022, I said that the budget meeting brought with it a sense of resignation and a feeling of hopelessness, as stark reality turns the table on hope and aspiration, quashing both in equal measure. Well, I think it's probably pretty much the same. Things haven't changed. And year after year, we all together strive to make the world a better place in the way that we can, and year after year, we're generally thwarted in that ambition because we don't have adequate funding or an ability to easily balance our budget despite the hard work and efforts of both staff and councillors. But I think this year does feel like the worst yet. Our budget includes proposals that really impact residents and the quality of their lives in a way that it never has done before. I'm also concerned that some of the savings that are included in this budget haven't yet finished their journey through task and finish groups or, in fact, the full decision days ahead. I believe that councils are really great institutions and that they provide brilliant services and have done so for so long that they are seamlessly integrated into our society. And the majority of our people don't actually notice or realise that those services are provided as a result of decisions that are taken locally. They tend to think, a bit like the tooth fairy, the money just sort of turns up once you put your tooth under the pillow. And so a lot of the services people get are delivered locally, not nationally. However, I think they are now noticing as services that have become the part and fabric of our world start to disappear in our drive to deliver only statutory services. As a result of our budget today, less and less money will be spent maintaining highways and important infrastructure. We will make even more cuts to staffing, which I'm genuinely concerned may impact upon our ability to respond to individual needs in the arena of care for both young and old. Funding to support the fight against homelessness will go. People with disabilities who need to use their concessionary passes to get to college or work on time will be impeded, affecting quality of life and, in some cases, even life chances. Pensioners will not be able to use concessionary passes to get early morning medical appointments, for example. Bus passes for carers who accompany those with disabilities will stop, robbing those people of independence and dignity. We will stop funding a scheme which supplies vulnerable adults with an approved adult in police stations, which may well lead to miscarriages of justice. These are just a few of the cuts to services included in our budget, and I don't believe they are in the best interests of our residents. When I thought about them, I was minded to think about the words of a very famous anthropologist who, when asked what the signs of civilization were and what she thought the first signs of civilization were, was that she thought that it occurred about 15,000 years ago when she discovered a settlement where there was evidence of somebody who had survived a broken femur. And in her view, at that time, you either had people to care and look after you or you died. And one of the difficult things that we're doing right now is taking away services that care and look after people. They may not be our statutory requirement, but they certainly feel like the bedrock of civilization to me. So I do personally lament, if not rage, at both the injustice and the necessity of this. It does feel like the lowest we can go and demonstrates starkly that the local system of local government and funding is well and truly broken, and it needs to be reimagined and properly funded. And what I hope we will take away from the stark reality of what we are dealing with today, and what I hope our local leaders who will be involved in local government reorganisation will do, is recognise and nurture a desire to work hard on local government reorganisation, putting our residents first, create plans that are future-proof, financially sustainable, and importantly, I charge you all to fight to ensure that any money is saved is reinvested back into local government so that we build back better and create services fit to serve our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Now I open the floor to the further debate.
Thank you, Chairman. I approach 20 years as a county councillor. And unlike murderers, I get no time off for good behaviour. You'll perhaps forgive me, I'm doomed to be a backbencher. I realise that now. And so I'm going to be a little bit parochial in my thinking. There's some positives. Like Andy Tree, I'm pretty happy that we've so far managed to keep our household waste recycling centre open. Similarly, we have a library in Totton, which is open courtesy of wonderful army of volunteers. There are many services which are still going at the moment but are under threat. I'm particularly concerned about something that Councillor Taylor mentioned, which is the proposal to cut concessionary bus fares, because this is something that goes against the government agenda of trying to help disabled people back into employment. And it seems to me that it's such a small sum of money. We're talking about £75,000. Now, I don't know how that compares to how much we paid for the consultants, that we're looking at how we could make further savings. But sometimes I think we fall into the trap, don't we, of silo thinking. What is right for Hampshire County Council's budget, but not fully appreciating the consequences it has to the people of Hampshire. And when we're dealing with people that use bus pass concessionary facilities, they are amongst the most vulnerable people that we often talk about supporting. I've been working with an organisation called the Waterside Changemakers, who've been lobbying and campaigning on this issue. Very successfully, within a few days, they managed to garner 1,000 signatures, which tells you about the strength of feeling. Most of those people signed weren't disabled themselves, but they appreciate the value of the concessionary bus service that's provided. So I would really hope that we could have a rethink on that one before we pass the budget today. The other one that I think reflects a lot of people in the area where I live is the issue of potholes. I'm sure I'm not alone. We seem to have so many potholes that are not repaired quickly. And even when they are, the standard of repair is really not up to standard. And they seem to be repaired again and again and again. And at the same time, we are reducing the amount of money to do that vital resurfacing work that would reduce the number of potholes. Again, you know, it's a good example for me of a false economy. So I'm not going to support the budget today. I think I've probably predetermined my position by signing the petition on the concessionary bus fares in any case. So I'd probably get in trouble if I were to do anything other than abstain. That's the legal advice I've been given. Okay. It may be nonsense legal advice, but I've got a habit of even following nonsense legal advice. Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, the leader kindly expressed his openness to other ideas. And I'd like to take this opportunity, if I can, to just share one that I have. I'd like to draw members' attention to Appendix 7, page 174, and the reduction in the level of discretionary county council support provided to the Lord Lieutenancy Office of £25,000. I'd like to start this, Mr. Chairman, by saying that I think that the Lord Lieutenant works incredibly hard across Hampshire, attends lots of events across the county, and does so in an entirely voluntary capacity, and the same applies for all of his Deputy Lord Lieutenants across Hampshire as well. At a recent Hampshire 2050 Select Committee, members at that committee were informed that the County Council's discretionary support to the office totals circa £130,000 a year. And this is the part that I have a problem with, Mr. Chairman, in that Hampshire taxpayers are footing the £350 daily bill to fund the office. And given the current financial position this authority is in, and given some of the savings proposals that are being proposed across our key services, this additional funding could be used to aid some of those proposed savings. For example, the additional £130,000 could be used to keep the county's £49,000 contribution to the Solent Sea Rescue Organisation that is proposed to be withdrawn in these papers. The extra funding could also go to our schools to recruit and train several specialist TAs across Hampshire's special schools. The taxpayer-funded sovereign grant, which supports official duties of the royal family, has increased by £45 million, or 53% in cash terms, Mr. Chairman, from £86.3 million in 24-25 to £132 million in 25-26. Given that the position of the Lord Lieutenant is one personally appointed by the monarch and acts as the monarch's representative in Hampshire, surely now is the time for the royal household to inherit this cost from Hampshire taxpayers, and for this funding to be reallocated to the key aspects of our key services that are having to make some of the difficult decisions we see before us in the report today. I'd be grateful if the leader would give consideration to writing to the royal household on inheriting this cost from Hampshire taxpayers moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. Councillor Porter.
Thank you. I think my suggestion is probably on a similar vein, but on a much more lowly level. So the realism of the budget decline that we've seen over the last 5 years, really, may not be on high awareness of residents. We cover that, try to hide that quite well. But parishes and town councils are all too aware of the decline and the challenge of the problem. And now they're wondering what will happen when they're under a unitary authority. There have been merely missed opportunities, I think, so many times to share the pain of all this with parishes and town councils. Their role could have taken them to take up much more of that burden to manage their own local environments. Their precepts are not limited, and they appreciate the small ways in which they could take control of their own immediate neighbourhood. This may have reduced the impact of inflation, at least on some parts of our budget. And as far as I know, there hasn't been a direct conversation with these valuable lower tiers of government, where public feel that when they make a decision about their money, they know it's well spent if spent locally, and they genuinely feel able to make that decision, informed as they are by the local knowledge. Leaving that till now seems far too late, too little. It's a shame because it was a missed opportunity and a greater opportunity for local democracy.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chairman. An interesting debate. I listened with interest to what Councillor House had to say, and he said that they'd been saying lots of things for a long time. I think it must be at least a decade, probably more, that we can say safely that we've not turned down a Liberal Democrat amendment during the budget debate for the simple reason that there wasn't one. And yet we have had, during that time, hours and hours of speeches from Councillor House defining the problem, explaining how he views it. It's a bit like reading a dictionary. he really knows what he's talking about, but the plot line is useless. And that's the situation that we've had in these debates for a long time. Now, Councillor Adams-King, the leader, introduced a number of really salient facts. Home-to-school transport costs have gone up from 24 million to 105 million. It's interesting, isn't it? When you look at what the government did on winter fuel allowances, it introduced a really crude means test to take it away from millions of pensioners. And yet, it should have been considering the cost of heating the homes and the needs of the people concerned. With the home to school, they won't consider a means test like that. It is a foregone conclusion that people are entitled to that allowance. We have made £700 million worth of cuts in 10 years. At first, it was quite easy. We were squeezing efficiencies into the system. And then it got more and more difficult, and the more difficult cuts we make, the more it affects the end users, our residents. And yet, everybody that we talk to, including the panel that was brought in to have a look at us, says that this is a well-run council. All the commentators say so. So what has brought us to our knees? And I'm going to disagree with the leader in a minute. What's brought us to our knees is deliberate action by national government over many, many years. The coalition, Conservative governments, Labour government now. And Nick said that the Treasury civil servants, the people to whom we spoke, we explained the problem and no one listened. Well, this is where I disagree. They did listen, and we told them what they wanted to hear. They have been deliberately and cynically squeezing our reserves, making us spend them, and they have been softening up the councils across the country so that we were in no position to resist or argue about local government reform, which is now being introduced, and there's really not much that we can do about it. So they did listen, and when I think Rob Humby and the leader of Kent wrote a very powerful letter to the government, we actually told those civil servants exactly what they wanted to hear. The plan was working, and they've kept on with it, and that is what the situation has been. But it's been very cynical, and as we make more and more cuts, it is actually our residents who suffer because the services get salami sliced, and there's nobody in this chamber.
You've got a few seconds left.
Thank you. There's nobody in this chamber who wants that to happen. Today, we're making the only decision that has been left to us. We have no choice. I'll support the motion, but with a heavy heart.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chairman. Perhaps I ought to begin with an apology. It goes back to the 1970s, when I was a member of something called the National Consumer Council, appointed by the then Labour government. And I was in conversation with the government minister, and he said, what's the biggest problem that you have in consumer issues? I said, well, it's the way they keep pushing up the rates. You know, we poor residents of Farnborough, we can't afford the way they keep going up. And he said, well, the trouble is we don't have any control over local government. They have the powers to do it, and they go about doing it. I said, well, you need to get a grip. So that's where it all started, in the 1970s. Anyway, so what I'm saying today, though, is that there's been no acceptable alternative put forward to the cuts to services for residents and our communities. And this year, the government has refused permission for the extraordinary financial support that would have pushed the council tax up by 15%. The reason for that is that it's because it's still possible for us to produce the balanced budget for this year. And not only to that, they have many other councils which are in a much worse position than this council that they've got to give priority to sorting out. I could name a few, but that would take up some of my time, so I won't. So I will therefore be looking at, for example, where the priority should lie. And I see that in the budget, I've looked at the tables, that we have adults, health and care, 653 million. Children's services, 450 million. And that total, the total of those together, over 1,100 million pounds, is 83% of our budget. And those are the vital statutory services that we must provide. And so I will therefore vote in support of the recommendations that we have before us. As things stand, these are the only ways to provide the vital statutory services by which the Council is committed to meeting effectively as possible the needs of the vulnerable residents that we have. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Drew.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I shall be supporting the motion and be supporting the budget. But I very much took on board what Kim Taylor said. I think it was Margaret Mead, who was the anthropologist, helping others through difficulties and judge a society by how it looks after its most vulnerable and needy. And that's what I'm pretty certain every single person here is very keen to do, despite the difficult circumstances we find ourselves in. Costs are up, and ensuring that the budget is balanced is a challenge, perhaps not this year, but next year, as we've heard. I also think that Stephen Reid's spot on with the government running down our reserves. I think it's been a policy of all governments because they don't want to leave money in the shires or the counties because that's money that they can't use and isn't being used productively as far as they're concerned. So it is a case of there is no alternative. And actually we had that exposed in my star of the show in terms of the doom and gloom. Councillor Keith House, thank you very much for your presentation, Keith. No solutions, no vision, no hope. Reminds me a bit of, who was that chap on Dad's Army? Private Fraser. We're all doomed. And actually, I was also taking that a little bit further in terms of our finances and others, thinking about unitarisation. I was just wondering how long the list of people keen to join Eastleigh in the unitarisation is. I suspect it's quite short. My speech has been quite short. I'll keep it that way. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Drew. Councillor Latham.
May I firstly start by saying that I support the budget. I support the 4.99% increase in council tax. Rob, your recommendation was a 15% increase. I respect your logic in that, but I don't support it. Looking at the way we've gone over the last couple of years and these 2 years to come, we have been working with a deficit in each year propped up by our budget bridging reserve. This year, we started off in the summer of 2023 with a budget deficit of £182,000. Million pounds, sorry. That figure's come down substantially. Almost at every financial statement comes out, so that today the deficit to balance the budget is £65 million. That's worth recording because actually what we've done in the last 14, 15 months is to reduce our expenditure by £115 million. And that's credit to our officers for what they have done. We've got BBR to cover the difference. Then we move over to this financial, or 26-27, which is the year which we are likely to have to fix a 114 notice. As at now, and I'd say as at now, the deficit for 26-27 is £180 million. So far, we've made savings of 35 from T25 phase 2 to bring it down to £135 million. And we have another £35 million left in BBR to bring it down to 100. We've actually got another 35 million. I wouldn't want to use it, but we've got another 35 million in reserves, not reserved for any specific purpose, which brings our gap down to 65 million, same as we've got now for 26-27. Not sure whether or not that would go up or down, I don't know. But looking at the advice from our quasi-commissioners, what they tell us is that we should do everything to postpone issue of the 114 notice for as long as we can. They point out that no council that served one has ever come out of intervention. And so we shouldn't be doing it until the very last moment. Between now and this time next year, we've got to see the result of any savings we can make in phase 3-25. We don't know what they are. The commissioners came up with £20 million worth of savings, and we also have to find out what the government are prepared to do with their 3-year settlement.
You've just got a few seconds left.
So that's it. It's probable a 114 will have to be served this time next year, but I believe, hard as it may be, we should take drastic action now to do what we can to make further savings in the chance that we can actually avoid doing that this time next year.
Thank you, Councillor Latham. Councillor Parker-Jones.
Thank you very much. It would come as no surprise that I will, of course, talk about my most vulnerable residents. But a lot of my thunder has been stolen already by Councillor Taylor and Councillor Harrison, because I did want to raise about my concerns that something which may seem very trivial and saves a few pennies here and there on the grander scale of things is taken away. But the unintended consequences, for example, of the bus pass being reduced in the morning, meaning that some of our young people with disabilities may lose their independence, that they'll be relying on other people perhaps to have to get them to work, that disability is a hidden tax because their costs are enormous. It's not an option of, oh, I can't afford the bus, I might now have to cycle or walk. So those elements do concern me. But I'm also very cognizant of the fact that this council is doing everything it possibly can to protect our educational needs and our adults through their social care with the budget. I also looked at the work that the Chief Financial Officer did, and I should draw everybody's attention to the fact that if we do agree to this budget, it says that if we went for the 4.99%, that is the difference, but I'm not going for a higher amount, is the difference is that we head into 2026-27, and if we'd gone for it with 100 million in our budget bridging reserves and a reoccurring deficit of 53.6, but instead we will now go in with around 32 million in the budget bridging reserve and a reoccurring deficit of 137 million. And what does that actually mean for the sustainability of these new unitary councils when they are created. And I have fears about that. I don't think there is an easy solution. And we can go back to 2013 when Barnett did its infamous graph of the jaws of doom with the gap between care costs and our budgets. And we can even look at when austerity politics was criticised in 2012 because they'd actually made an error in the calculations for what they said, what was the motivation for austerity politics, because they missed out fundamental columns on an Excel spreadsheet. So we've lived through this, and it's our residents who are paying. And I do put the blame firmly at the feet of central government for this and successive governments. And I find that sad. And I know that all of us here just want to do what is best. But I would really, really urge you to re-look at some of these smaller things because the unintended consequences are significant and very, very damaging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Philpott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It is a tough budget, and I think pretty much I agree with many of the other speakers. But I just want to try and inject a tiny bit of positivity, if I may, into proceedings, because actually the council do a great deal for a great number of people in this county, and I think we really do need to just reflect upon that. And if I can be just parochial for a moment, and I hope you don't mind, Bridge Mary Library, for instance, not only remains open, but it's benefited from an investment in its greening campaign, and it's an eco-excellent library. That's a fantastic show of confidence in my community. There's been a significant investment in Peel Common School, which is in the middle of my division. That's, again, makes a huge difference to people's lives and is very welcome. The Gosport Household Waste Recycling Centre remains open and it's thriving, it's well used. That's yet another example of what Hampshire County Council does for residents in my area. Active considerations being given. I've been in contact with First Bus for an Eclipse Extra extension from Brockhurst to Leon Solent, which will benefit potentially many of my residents, hundreds of my residents, something that the County Council's actively involved in and is still doing. So it's not all doom and gloom. You know, I do agree with what Councillor Reid said earlier on. We had analysis from Councillor House, and the analysis from Councillor House was terribly depressing, really. I mean, accusing us of kicking the can down the road and then says that there is no solution. Well, you know, that's not helpful to the debate. As far as we're concerned, as far as I'm concerned, Councillor Reid has got it right. And in fact, if you actually look at what Councillor House was intimating, that somehow or other this was laid blame at the previous Conservative government, yes, Councillor Reid is right. Yes, it was the previous Conservative government were culpable in many respects. Labour too. But the Liberal Democrats don't come out scot-free. I mean, I've said this before, and it's worth repeating now. It goes back 10 years, but here's a Focus newsletter from then. Good news for Gosport. No council tax increase, thanks to the Lib Dems. For the 4th year running, there will be no increase in Gosport's council tax, thanks to the Liberal Democrats. Gosport council tax has been frozen, thanks to the council tax freeze grant approved by Liberal Democrat MPs in government. Gosport council taxpayers will save an average of £50 each. It's good news for Gosport and is one way in which the Liberal Democrats in government have helped keep your council tax bills down. So when councillors in the Liberal Democrats say it's all the Tories' fault, just remember there was once upon a time a coalition government in which they were part. Now, what would be Councillor House's message to the electorate were there to be an election in May? We know there's not. I guess it probably would be, if you're a don't know, then vote for the party that doesn't know either.
Thank you, Councillor Philpott. Councillor Dowden.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, I won't be as negative as that, Chairman. I have a few things I want to say, because I said it earlier. Obviously, the council is in great difficulties. There's no doubt about that. And I did say earlier that everybody's trying to do their best, regardless, whatever party, to make things better for the people of Hampshire. But there's two things that I've been slightly disappointed with, as far as my own division, because I have tried very, very hard. One is the people in Valley Park, where I actually live, and Rob used to live there as well. And in Knightwood, there are people there who were they had young families years ago, but now they've obviously grown up, and they're all like myself, a lot of them. And of course, some of them, and even I can't walk far now, but they haven't got a bus in Knightwood, Valley Park. There's just no buses at all. And the only bus that is the 46 that goes to Winchers. Personally, it's a waste of time, because it goes out and then there's no bus to come back later in the afternoon. So they can't go to the hospital, they can't go to work, they can't do anything because they can't get back. Other than getting the one and then having to walk 1.5 miles or 2 miles to get into Knightwood again. And elderly people can't do that, a lot of them. So I am disappointed that we couldn't get a 46 or a similar service to be able to benefit the people in Knightwood. But I have some good news as well for the council, is because I was particularly concerned with the flooding issue in School Lane, Valley Park. And I know even the leader's partner got stuck in a flood in there, I understand, in School Lane. Yes, you told me. You told me he got stuck with a flood. Well, maybe not stuck. He had to turn around and go the other way. Oh, your son, I beg your pardon. That has been resolved. We've done work there, and it's been resolved. And I am so pleased, and so are the residents of Valley Park, that that's taken place. But there is one thing I think, I know it's not necessarily the revenue grant, but while I'm up speaking, because it's probably the last time, I don't know whether all other members are aware, but Section 38 and Section 278 legal agreements, drafts that are not completed by the 1st of July 2025, then the new commuted sums policy will apply, and any uncompleted drafts will be updated with the new rates. Now, I have asked the council, or the officers, how many does this involve in my division? I haven't had a response yet, and I expect some of you councillors as well will have similar situations. And I'm not sure how that's going to affect us. In other words, will there be more money or less money or whatever to these section, as I say, 278 and Section 38 agreements? So I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention that it's a big issue.
Thank you, Councillor Dowden. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you. Like everyone else in this chamber, I'm deeply uncomfortable with the current situation. As is clearly laid out in the pack, Hampshire will use up almost all of its remaining usable reserves in the coming year, meaning that effectively there's nothing left for balance in the books in 2026, 27, and that an S114 declaration is likely. There are differing views on how we got to this point, but what we can say with certainty is that many years of above-inflation increases in social care costs and the failure of successive governments to fund these increases is the key issue. Hampshire's lower than average council taxes have contributed to the cost crunch hitting Hampshire now. So going forward, what do? The Chief Financial Officer's recommendation to increase council tax appears to be the only option on the table for getting us out of this mess. However, experience from other councils shows that a referendum is pointless. So we have to keep our fingers crossed that the government will provide at least a partial solution in the comprehensive spending review. This is the recommendation from Cabinet and I'm sure will be passed. However, I will not be supporting the motion on principle, as while some of the issues might be outside the control of this council, this budget brings us to the edge of an S1114 declaration and therefore represents a failure of government as a whole to act in the best interests of its residents. So I cannot support it.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. Surprisingly, some positive comments about this budget, so I shall remember to bring my rose-tinted glasses next time. Mainly, I wanted to echo the comments by Councillor Porter in regards to parish and town councils, but also refer to my declaration of interest as a parish councillor in Bishop's Waltham. Parish and town councils and their councillors really do know the area in which they represent and offer creative solutions when themselves faced with challenges. They too have uncapped precepts, and certainly larger parishes are able to take on services and facilities from upper-tier authorities. In Bishop's Waltham, we have worked well with Winchester City Council in directly taking on the cleaning of public toilets, as well as looking at other services that Winchester offer as well. And we were also willing to look at alternative funding by working with neighbouring parishes in order to keep the local tip open should Hampshire have decided to close it. But a council rule does not allow parish councils to even speak at meetings. The financial challenges that we are facing means we must be creative in finding other methods of keeping services instead of constant cuts. The Section 114 notice is coming. I just hope there is still time to work better with parishes and town councils so that essential services, especially for rural communities, are retained.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be supporting the budget, and despite all of these difficult decisions, we are committed to providing outstanding children's services and adult services. But I also would like to bring up a subject very close to all of our hearts, those of looked after children. We in Hampshire are responsible for over 1,600 looked after children. And I have to highlight the excellent work going on in this field with the establishment of the Care Council, where we listen firsthand to the experiences of our looked after children. And we can see how significantly things have improved for them. So I think we have to be optimistic in what we do provide. And I have to end with a Desmond Tutu quote. I'm not an optimist, I'm a prisoner of hope.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Collett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Philpott mentioned the Liberal Democrat role in the coalition and the 5 years where council tax was not increased. And he's correct in that is what happened. And I remember it very well. The coalition government urged local councils not to increase their council tax, and they said, if you don't increase your council tax, we will give you extra government grant to cover the difference. And they did. That's what happened. But after the coalition, when the Conservatives ruled alone, our grant was taken away. And we're now down to 48,000, I think, in the current budget of central revenue support grant. And that's supposed to include everything we were given to cover for the zero council tax increases. So it comes back to the point Councillor Adams-King made at the last meeting. We do sometimes make mistakes. We trusted the government who told us they would give us that funding and sustain us through it. And when they got the opportunity, they pulled the rug. Now, comments have been made, not so many today, but it's always made, where's the Lib Dem amendment? Come on, where's your magic wand that's going to solve the problem we've created? Well, we've been giving it to you over the years. I go right back to 1999, when we were urging you to get highway maintenance budgets to the level that would sustain our highway network. It was those days, potholes were rare. They did happen, but not very often. And we were ridiculed in this chamber. Oh, you're talking nonsense. We're doing a wonderful job. There'll never be a problem with our highways. Stop scaremongering. I remember how vitriolic some of that ridiculing was. But you carried on as you were, nothing was done, and then it got to the point where Stuart Jarvis, as the director, had to tell us he was maintaining a declining resource. Even then, things didn't change. And in the current budget, yes, government is giving us more, and we're maintaining the budget for filling potholes, but we're cutting the budget for preventing potholes because we've got to spend it all on potholes. Chairman, there have been many things over the years. The warnings we gave about the demographic time bomb and the fact that things need to be done to get ourselves ready for that. And we even suggested if we had our own school transport service, our own buses, our own network, that we could avoid some of the increasing costs. I have to say, we didn't know they were going to increase in the way they have. I think that shocked all of us. But if we'd been in the position where we could hold the costs down because we were running it ourselves, we'd be in a better position today. So there are your Liberal Democrat budget amendments. We've given to year after year after year, and year after year you've ignored us. So don't ask us to bail you out by supporting your budget today. We won't be.
Thank you, Councillor Collett. Councillor Branson.
Thank you, Chairman. The leader and Councillor Philpott and Councillor Henderson have all told us how much we do with the money that we do have. And we do have a good service. We are outstanding in children's services and adult services. However, just wanted to point out a little bit of maths. That with the freezing of the council tax, which at the time, there was probably justification, certainly to get rid of waste initially, but with hindsight, I think many councils went far too far and we got far behind the inflation rises. However, the leader tells us we have the second lowest Shire council tax. That creates a problem, again, with, as I say, with the maths, because obviously our percentage rise at 4.995 is actually less than every other authority. So every year we get further behind the curve. And so we suffer also from less funding in our schools. A secondary school child brings less than half the funding into schools, the one in Camden. I just wondered, you know, if we had actually put it up 15%, as our CFO would like, whether we would actually just put us on a par with other authorities that were local. It would be interesting to work the maths out. I haven't done it. But as I say, I will be supporting the budget, but just wanted to point out rather interesting facts.
Councillor Forster, who is the last councillor on my list.
Chair, thank you very much. I was pleased to hear some of the comments about positivity from Councillor Philpott, from Councillor Henderson. I just wanted to reiterate those, because if you listen to the Lib Dems, it is all doom and gloom. Well, actually, that's their party, doom and gloom. I've done a lot of school visits recently, and I'm pleased that some of you have been able to join me on some of those. And it's great talking to some of the children and their parents and the teachers and carers, in particular at some of the SEND schools. As a council, as Councillor King mentioned in his introduction, we've invested really heavily in SEND places, special education need places, with 3 new schools being built, with literally hundreds of new places. And I'm appreciative of our officers working with us to make sure that these are the right places in the right location. The feedback from children is things like this help because they're not having to travel longer distances. There's less disruption. It's easier for them. It has a side benefit, which helps our budget, which is actually there's less transport involved. And that has a huge impact on our budget because if you look at the numbers, our school transport budget, 70, 80% of it is for children with special education needs, and it's over £100 million reaching. So that difference of the right places in the right location, which is part of our policy, is really paying off and giving benefit to our children and our residents. Our approach is validated. What really concerns me is some of the words that have come from some of the others who say they're not going to support this budget, but, as Councillor Reid said, have not suggested any viable alternatives. In fact, we get really odd comments like £75,000 is a small amount of money. What planet are you on? It's a large amount of money. And if every single person here spent an extra £75,000, the problem would just be compounded. Get real, guys. We're doing the right things. We're hamstrung by government, this and previous governments, but we are doing the right things. Not supporting this budget would be wrong. And doing what some of our opposition have said over many years, which is spend your reserves, spend, 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 don't cut, don't do this, don't do that, without suggesting alternatives, we actually wouldn't be in this position in a year or 2 or 3, which we might still be in a better position. We'd actually have declared a Section 114 previously if we'd followed their advice, probably 2 or 3 years ago. That is utter incompetence by those people not wanting to make the savings, not wanting to improve efficiencies, not wanting to protect the services. Look at what some of the Liberal councils are doing around the country. It's frightening. I am definitely supporting this budget. It is sensible. We're in a difficult position, but we are doing the right things, and I urge you to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Forster. I've got no other speakers from the floor, so I'm going to ask the leader to reply to the debate.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you everybody for a well-informed and a polite and a constructive debate. So I think just to go back through some of the points to everybody. David, I think it's not true to say that we're not concerned about residents. They are at the forefront of everything we do, and it's the forefront of what we're talking about when we want to reassure them that we are still here for them and we still continue to do everything that we possibly can. It's interesting to note, though, that the concessionary travel schemes that we're talking about, and it's something that Louise was also talking about so eloquently, we've been really lucky to continue them in that form as long as we have. And your colleagues in West Berkshire won an election last year suggesting that they would reintroduce the kind of concessionary travel fares or the concessionary schemes that we are having to look at now in order, as part of their election campaign, and they've just had to announce that they can't afford to do it. And they can't afford to do it simply, again, because of all of the budget pressures that they have. And so actually, we've been really lucky to continue using them for so long. Potholes we are fixing, and I think hopefully you've been in some of the different information sessions that we've had around potholes. This time of year, we fill them temporarily because that's the right and the safe thing to do. You'll have noticed as part of the Hampshire Pledge that we're asking people to report and let us know when there are problems. If we don't know about the potholes, we can't fix them. That might be one of the reasons why we're not reporting them quickly enough. And the one that you've reported in the last 6 months in Kinross Road is on its way to being fixed at the moment. But if you could report any others that you come across, I'd be really grateful, because that will help us to get them sorted out in your division as soon as possible. Brad, the Lord Lieutenant's funding, the issue about this has come about, and it's only come to the fore because we wanted to do exactly what other counties do and other areas do. In other areas, the districts and boroughs and the unitary councils that are covered by the Lord Lieutenancy contribute towards its cost. In Hampshire, we've not done that. And we've carried the cost ourselves for many years. And it's just a shame, actually, that the issue and the controversy has come about as a consequence of Liberal Democrat-led boroughs saying that they wouldn't contribute towards the cost at the beginning of that debate. It is, I think, exceptional value in respect of the Lord Lieutenant and the work that he does for this county. He promotes it. He promotes our business. He gives a sense of pride to our residents and to the people who receive accolades from the government. And as such, I'm sorry that he and the royal household are being brought into what is essentially a political debate. But as far as I'm concerned, it's jolly good money well spent for that. Jackie, you're right. The parish and town councils should be part of the conversation, and they have been ever since I've been leader. And indeed, next month I'm giving an address to the Hampshire Association of Local Councils Conference as their keynote speaker to be able to explain to them how better we can manage things. And Jonathan is right to raise that as well. But Jonathan, there are 268 different parishes in the county, and our ability to engage with them in the same way that the districts and boroughs and the City Council in Winchester can is, of course, more constrained in that respect. However, there is much more that the parish and council level can do. They are not constrained by the kind of limits on council tax increase that we've talked about. And you're absolutely right, both of you, to highlight the fact that there should be more that can happen. That, of course, doesn't take into account, though, the 4 boroughs that are not parished. And I know that there are different views about whether they should or should not be parished. But I think that's an important part of the debate around local government reorganisation when the unitary councils come along. Stephen's absolutely right to point out that home-to-school transport is a vital area we would wish to means test, and it seems perverse that the government can apply a very blunt means test to the winter fuel allowance and not do so for that, which would help us enormously. I believe the civil servants do listen. Whether they understand properly is a different matter entirely, but we'll keep on banging on at them. Alex has gone, but he was kind to own up to the fact it's entirely his fault. I would have never thought that Alex might have been one of the instigators of Margaret Thatcher, she of blessed memory. Her plans around local government in the 1980s to keep a limit on council tax. If you remember, Liverpool was one of the areas where the councillors themselves were surcharged for not being able to complete a balanced budget and not being prepared to balance a budget. David's right to talk about doom, and particularly in terms of unitarisation. You know, it's something that I think brings uncertainty and lack of clarity. The government think it's a solution, but it's not going to be, to my mind. And Peter's absolutely right to remind us of the huge effort that everyone is making in closing the gap. And it's something that I think we can still look with some optimism to doing, if not entirely, in the year ahead. Lou, we are doing absolutely everything we can, and we will continue to do so. And as you have raised, and as David raised, I'm happy that we look at those concessionary schemes again to see what leeway there is with anything we can do. And you're right to highlight the fact that people are disadvantaged by it. But at the end of the day, we have to look to each of the different schemes that we have to actually prepare. Stephen's kind to point out positives, and it is still possible to do positive things, and we should be proud of those as we go through the next year. And Alan rightly points out that we are absolutely doing our best, everybody. There are solutions to the buses from Valley Park issue, I think, and that lies in community transport and the demand-responsive transport that we've been looking into. We're beginning to look at it around Andover, and I'm very glad to suggest that we look at the southern end of Test Valley next to see what we can do there. Adrian, I always struggle to answer any of Adrian's points because he's got such longevity that I can't possibly hope to remember any of this. I think it's the point is that time and again you rightly point out, well, we said this and you didn't do. But similarly, much of the answer has always been, you shouldn't do this, and you should not cut that, and you should save that money from the budget. And if we'd have done that, we'd have been in a worse position sooner than now. And the one time I've ever been part of a debate where there has been an idea from the opposition around doing something differently, that has been the suggestion. And if we'd have done that each time, I suspect we would have been in a much worse position much sooner. So there's always that balance between acting responsibly, looking after the money as well as we can, but also doing all of the popular things. And that's not always possible. And Kim, it's entirely true to say that we're cutting various more further services. We have to, and it's right that we take it back to our core level, because in that conversation with government, that's where we have to be. But when we are in that conversation, I hope you will be as helpful as you possibly can, because at the end of the day, it's no longer my government, it's yours. The assistance of you and our two Labour MPs in that conversation is most gratefully received. And Andy, thanks for the kind words. Your concern is entirely understandable. And there's one thing that is very clear amongst all of the legislation around what's coming towards us with local government reorganisation, and that is whatever we create in terms of the new councils, they must be safe, legal and sustainable. And so that safe legal bit, most importantly the safe bit, is the bit that we hold on to, and that's the bit that we will always be. And that's why I can answer you entirely unequivocally in saying that we will always look after our most vulnerable adults, we will always look after our most vulnerable children, because that is what we are here to do. And I was slightly worried, Keith, that you began to equate me with Elon Musk. There are many people I'm like, I'm not sure it's him. Slightly. It is, I'm an optimist. I said that when I was first appointed leader. And I remain optimistic. And if you don't have optimism, if you don't have hope, then there's not much point being here. And so we are in a situation where things are extraordinarily challenging. We have spent tens of thousands on that panel of people, but they have suggested savings to us of over 20 million. I think that's money well spent, because there are some pieces of information that they've given us drawing upon their extensive and enormous experience that we may not have noticed ourselves, or it would cost us a lot more to send our people out to go and try and find that information. So I think that's worth considering. And when you think about our budget and you think about the situation in which we find ourselves, we're not kicking the can down the road. It was a bit of a mismatch, I think, in what you were saying, because you were talking about us having no vision and no plan, and yet there being no solution from your point of view either. And as a consequence, I do have a vision, I do have a plan. My vision is that we get through the next year, but my plan is to do so in a sustainable way and to find every single way in which we can bridge that budget gap, and to make the point very clearly to government that they need to step in and help us out, not necessarily with lots of money, because that's not around at the minute, but with the powers and with the flexibility that would enable us to do that. Our £230 increase is 5% of 1,533. If we were in Oxfordshire, people would already be paying 1,820. In Surrey, it's 1,758. In West Sussex, 1,715, all for Band D council tax from the county council for their services. So you can see how far behind we are, and Jackie was absolutely right to point out that we're talking about 5% of an ever smaller amount. But we have met all of our savings targets in the last year. The savings targets that were not deliverable have been reported to council and have been taken out of the savings plans in the last year. And those going forward, I am really quite confident we can deliver. And as was pointed out, we have actually bridged the gap further than we thought we would, and Peter was very kind to do that. So we have a vision, we have a plan, and I'm optimistic. Am I optimistic that we won't be talking about Section 114 at some point in the next year? No. But what I am optimistic about is the fact that we will continue to carry out our duty to the people of Hampshire. And that doesn't mean that we're bankrupt. It doesn't mean any of us are bankrupt. And I say to all of you, if you have an idea, I say it particularly to the opposition, if you see something you think we can do better, say so. Don't keep it for next year's election campaign. The time to help us is now. And the time to tell us when we are doing something well is now. And the time to tell us when we could do something better is now. But most importantly, by working together, all of us, we can get through this, and we will deliver a sustainable and a safe and a legal council to the unitary councils that will eventually follow us. I commend the budget to you, and I hope you'll vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. We now come to the voting. I think you all received a note suggesting the way we'd like to take it, but it's entirely up to you if you want to do something differently. We have two votes. The first is on the precept itself and the revenue budget, which will be a recorded vote. And for that, we will use the buttons you have on your screen to achieve that. I'll try to give people plenty of time to vote, but if you're having a problem of any sort, do let me know. And the second vote on the capital, we will take as an acclamation vote unless you want it recorded. Are you happy to go along with option 2? Thank you very much. So the first vote is for the revenue budget and precept, recommendations A to M on page 31 and 32. And the voting is now open.
We just wait for the names to come up
Yeah.
on the screen.
Yeah. The vote is now closed, and I believe that the names will then be put on the screen. We're able to all see them. Okay? Right. Is that it? There we are. Okay, thank you for that. We're now next voting on the, the capital budget. Are you all happy with the capital budget? Thank you very much. Yeah. And for item 11, I'd like to ask Councillor Russell Oppenheim, Chairman of the Employment in Hampshire County Council Committee, to present the report.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm pleased to present this report. The Employment in Hampshire County Council Committee considered it in November, and I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
Debate. Are you all happy with the recommendations on page 621 to 622? Great. Item 12, review of contract standing orders. The chair, and that's over to you, Leader.
Me again. Thank you, Chairman. Following approval by the Audit Committee in January and Cabinet last week, this report seeks approval from Council for the proposed revised contract standing orders. The revisions are largely required to ensure compliance with the Procurement Act 2023 and provide appropriate provision for both new and ongoing procurements. Full details of the proposed changes are included in paragraph 10 of the Cabinet report. I move the recommendation.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Chair. Procurement represents a massive part of the Council's budget. Ensuring our suppliers are moving towards net zero is an important element in achieving the Council's goal of reaching net zero in 2050. How are the council's net zero goals flowed down to our suppliers? Thank you.
Leader.
I'll have to come back to you on that one. Councillor Wallace, that's not an answer I have off the top of my head, but if I may, I'll write to you, having checked with the procurement team.
Any other questions? Any debate? Are you all happy with the recommendations on, I've got the page number here.
Agreed.
62647 to 690. Yeah, and you all agreed. Happy with that, thank you. Item 13, local government pension scheme. I understand the leader is going to start this one off.
Only to ask the expert in the room to help us out. Councillor Kemp-G hopefully can present the report for us, because I can't think of anyone better around the issue of pensions.
Councillor Kemp-G.
Well, I'm deeply grateful for that unexpected introduction. Members, the background and reasons for this recommendation are set out succinctly in paragraphs 2 and 3 of the paper in front of you. And it outlines the significance of the access pool and its inter-authority agreement, which was established in 2016. This agreement forms an integral part of our pool's consultation. There are 11 administering authorities in the pool, of which Hampshire is one, with assets of some £70 billion. And it's only right that this agreement should be under the direct control of all 11 administering authorities, jointly and severally, and of course that includes Hampshire. So I do recommend the recommendation to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp-G. Questions? Debate? Are you all happy with the recommendations on page 692? Right, we're now moving on to the first of our two motions, the Climate and Nature Bill, and the proposer is Councillor Collett, and I understand you have a seconder, Councillor Groves. And I just want to bring members' attention to the fact that there was an amendment sent round which has been agreed, but I'm certain Councillor Collett will have mentioned that. Councillor Collett.
There we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I stand to move the motion in the amended version that was sent round to all members last night, and it's now on the ModGov facility as well. I don't need to rehearse the threat to our planet and to the future of human life on our planet, all the years of pain, suffering and loss that we will face at great cost in every respect if we don't get to grips with tackling the climate emergency. Because in 2019, we unanimously declared a climate emergency as a county council, and our officers are developing a strategy to achieve net zero emissions, carbon emissions by 2050, and to mitigate the impacts of climate change on our county and its residents. And they're implementing many actions already along the way. We also have a cabinet member in Councillor Zoe Huggins, whose portfolio includes tackling climate change. We may debate and sometimes disagree on aspects of the strategy. We may even have different views on whether it's going fast enough. But the important thing is we're all pointing in the same direction of what we want to achieve. We're also signed up to leading a local nature recovery strategy across the whole of Hampshire, along with Natural England, the two unitary cities, the two national park authorities, the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Local Nature Partnership and Wildlife Trust, the NFU, the CLA, and representatives of the local planning authority working group. Sadly, although DEFRA have provided a full-time senior advisor from Natural England to support the preparation of the strategy, the person appointed has unfortunately been on long-term sick leave, so progress has not been as fast as we would have liked. The thing is, it's not only about halting decline in nature, it's about reversing that decline. And just recently, looking at what's happened with the global population of whales in our seas, how much it's recovered since whaling was stopped several decades ago. And it's the sort of progress we want to see on so many different fronts. In my own part of the county, we have Thames Basin heathlands, which are declared a special protection area for 3 species of ground nesting birds, the Dartford warbler, the woodlark, and I can never remember the third one, the nightjar, who were under threat, who are under threat, but action is being taken. So why this motion today? Well, while we here in Hampshire are tackling and mitigating against climate change and developing a local nature recovery strategy, we don't live in a vacuum. Such measures need to be happening all over the planet, as regularly discussed at the Climate Change and Nature Recovery COPs. What is the use of what we're doing if our government isn't doing the same and indeed supporting and pressing for such measures across the planet? The proposed Climate and Nature Bill would require government to deliver a joined-up strategy, recognising how intertwined the climate and nature crises are, and what better body to urge the government to take this bill on board than a major county council which is already pursuing both of these. I'm aware that at the second reading on the 24th of January, the bill was adjourned to the 11th of July so that negotiations could take place. There is a danger that some of the proposed measures will be watered down, and we may even find that what comes back is not acceptable. I'm therefore grateful to Councillor Huggins for the discussions we had and the suggested amendments that came round to you last night to make it clear that what we're proposing be supported is that original bill as proposed to government on the 16th of October and discussed on the 24th of January. It also makes absolute sense to recognise the opportunities provided under the government's proposed devolution arrangements and to assert our intention to ensure that climate and nature recovery strategies are at the heart of strategic decision-making across Hampshire and the Solent region. I therefore move the amended version of the motion and hope that we can send a strong and clear message to government about the importance of what the Climate and Nature Bill is attempting to achieve. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Collett. And your seconder, Councillor Groves, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak later in the debate?
To reserve my right to speak until later. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I've got Councillor Huggins.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for Councillor Collett and Councillor Groves for bringing this to our attention and presenting it here in the chambers. As we've heard, we sometimes disagree on the pace of climate action, but we can all agree we want a better environment and the benefits and joy of that brings for us and the future. The bill will create a duty for the Secretary of State to ensure that the UK implements and achieves climate and nature targets and tries to bridge the gap between the UK government's current delivery and that has been agreed internationally. Generally, the bill is based on central government duty and does not impact any local statutory duty, although we are encouraged that the bill does include a mention of devolved administrations, and we will watch the debate through Parliament with keenness to see its progress. It is key to note, though, that it was adjourned late January, and there's still further scrutiny on this bill, but what we are agreeing, as you heard, is that presented in October. I am proud of the progress today in achieving net zero by 2050. The UK became the first major economy in the world to halve its emissions. Likewise, the UK now has some of the most ambitious carbon emission targets in the world, aiming for a 68% cut by the 2030 compared to the EU's targets of 55%. The government passed the Environmental Act 2021, which puts in legislation clear statutory targets for the recovery of the natural world in 4 priority areas. Locally, as we heard, we start our journey of development for the local natural recovery strategy. The CAN Bill works on strengthening those achievements. For example, while the existing Environmental Act aims to halt decline of nature by 2030, the CAN Bill aims to reversing the destruction of nature. And we already have seen some action as we develop the flower power, hedgehog runs, tree planting and sowing solutions. Some of those targets are ambitious. It also looks at consensus and working together. That's why the bill also calls for a Climate and Nature Assembly to help government and parliament develop a strategy on the way forward, which I know some have reservations on. What I will say and reflect upon, collective knowledge and experience support the balance to ensure we understand the impact of those targets, not just on our environment, but also our pocket. The 3 Ps must be important: people, planet, and pocket. When we do look to the future, we also need to look to here and now with our action, but also considering that targets look at the impact on people's lives as a whole, the balance of benefit to their environment, their health, but mindful of the cost of living, taxes, and how we support our community on this journey. But also our pocket here in Hampshire County Council, our budgetary pressures, and how we can seek for more funding and devolved powers to help climate and nature action. I welcome the CAN Bill and the contribution it makes to the debate on climate change.
Thank you, Councillor Huggins. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you. Over the past few years, the conversation on nature and climate has changed. We no longer have to talk about whether climate change and nature depletion are happening, as the impacts are now evident for us all to see. Instead, the focus has switched onto the actions that we need to address these issues. The Climate and Nature Bill is an important mechanism for driving those actions, and by supporting this motion, we show our residents not only that we care about protecting Hampshire for future generations, but also that we understand that it's important to hold the government accountable for the commitments they have made. Climate and nature, they're the reasons I got involved in this in the first place. I care deeply about what's happening to our planet and the impact it's going to have on each and every one of us and our families and our children in particular. We need to start making the actions, more of the actions to move in the right direction. We can't address all of this on our own, but we could and should do the actions that we can to move it forward where it makes sense. I could talk for ages on this, but it's been a long day, and so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Drew.
Sorry to make your day longer. My talk is titled Priorities. I woke up this morning, which was a great, good thing from where I'm standing today. And I was listening to, I think it was the Radio 4 programme on the wireless, the Today programme, Emma Barnett, saying at just after 7 o'clock, we would be hearing the GDP figures for the country. And at that point, I realised who the most powerful person today is in the country. That's the individual from the Office of National Statistics who works out whether it's 0.0, 0.1 or minus 0.1. And we were fortunate, and I'm always pleased to hear that if the economy is growing, albeit at an anemic rate, but it's positive, not negative, that person was the person who decided that was the number they were going to come up with. Why is that important? Well, in order to achieve our climate change aspirations, and I pretty much agree with everything that everyone said about that, and in the report, it will inevitably cost us some money to do it. And we need to have a growing economy in order to achieve that. And I was interested to read, as an aside, item 7.A, I think it was, when it talks about joined up thinking. I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, that being joined up has been a words that's been said ever since I've had anything to do with the council. So crucially, we need to find the money to do this, but we need to make sure we get the priorities right. Yesterday, a chill went through my spine when I heard an American official say that Ukraine was going to have to surrender its land for peace. And I was taken back many years to the 30th of September 1938, when in the Führerbau in Munich, we had Neville Chamberlain, Edouard Daladier, Benito Mussolini, and Adolf Hitler agreeing to annex the Sudetenlands. Why is that important? Because in 1940, the GDP of this country, 40% of it was spent on defense. This is about priorities. It's vitally important that we get the priorities right, but I'm very worried that someone in the world is riding a tiger. That never turns out well, but I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drew. Councillor Porter.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you. And Councillor Drew and I think we're listening to the same radio programme, though hopefully not in the same bedroom. By July, our GDP, I thought I'd throw that one in just for a laugh. We need a laugh today, don't we? By July, our GDP may still be flatlining. And I too I'm always interested, as you know, in the ONS comments. But crucially, the impact of the USA President's priorities are becoming the world's priorities. And everybody's having to bow to them. Only yesterday, the company that my son works for, very proud of their whole ethos towards EDI and the whole of the inclusion program right across the world is being told, you're going to have to stop that because you can't trade. And that is enormous. And this is going to happen to us in so many ways. So I fully support this motion. I think we do need to give our government encouragement to go forward with this, because by July, the world may be a even more different place than it is today. So I really would like to see this support for this motion go through today, so that we can say that in Hampshire, we stick to those values, and they're really important. And hopefully we're not selling anything to America, so it doesn't matter for us. We can still stick to what we believe in. Kim earlier on today described the definition of civilization. I've heard the definition of morality, which is when I becomes we. And we need to think about our children and our children's children and what life will be like for them. And I just want to say that I want to support this bill, this motion, because we need to show government that we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman. I stand to support the motion. If I don't, then you will find that my children will have a word to say, especially number 5, who, when you look him up on Google, you'll find that Peter Cooper glowworms is the UK glowworm expert on rewilding and whatever else. And therefore, he is making quite sure that I support motions like this, and I shall do so and do as I'm told. I hope in this chamber we can all do the same. Thank you.
I have no more speakers from the floor, but I've got Councillor Groves as seconding the motion. Councillor Groves.
Thank you all, and thank you all for the debate. And I think I will support what, in this case, I think pretty well all the speakers have said, which is very unusual. I'm very much concerned about the effects of climate change, the future. It's been mentioned before. We need to reverse the trend towards abandoning climate change, which has been talked about by Councillors Drew and Porter. And this proposes a climate and nature assembly, which is getting people involved, which is what we actually need to do to get ourselves, our children and our grandchildren making a difference for the future of the world that they're going to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Groves. And I ask the leader to respond to the debate.
Chairman, thank you. Both Councillor Collett, Councillor Groves, thank you for bringing it forward. I fully support this debate. I think we've made some really pertinent points. We live in an ever-changing and increasingly scary world at the moment, and I think holding on to our principles around this kind of issue is exceptionally important to us all. So I hope that we can all support the motion as put. And thank you for your cooperation in just changing it around a little bit.
Well, it's time to vote. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Collett, my apologies.
I only have two comments to make. One is to thank Councillor Huggins for the discussions that we had, because I think all of the amendments we've come up with have improved the motion, and I'm very grateful to that. And the other is to Councillor Drew, who told us of remembering back to 30th of September 1938. You don't look old enough, sir.
I think I can do this by acclamation. Are there any votes against the motion? Are you all in favour? And no amendments. Thank you very much. We now move on to... Davies was against the motion. I see Davies. Oh, sorry. One against. Thank you. And we now move on to 14B, low carbon advertising. And the proposer for this motion is Councillor Wallace.
All right, thanks again. Hopefully this motion complements the last one. In the last one, we're
just to check, Councillor Wallace, you have a seconder, presumably.
Oh, sorry,
Councillor
sorry, I'm
Parker
jumping in
Jones.
too fast.
That's fine, and do carry on.
Yes, I was just going to say, hopefully this complements the previous motion where we were asking the government to do something. Here we've got an opportunity to do something ourselves. We've obviously declared a climate emergency back in 2019, but sometimes it hasn't flowed through to all of our processes. Advertising is really important. It does affect people, and if we've got the opportunity to influence people, then that is important. Both the House of Lords and the UN Secretary General himself have highlighted how important advertising is to affecting behaviour change. Hampshire County Council's current advertising policy already specifies that we won't advertise certain things, conflicts that conflict with council policies and values, such as tobacco and alcohol. And this motion is simply to add to that and to say we won't. We make it explicit that we will not support high carbon products. It's been through a legal assessment. Other councils have done this, so I just want to keep this short because I know we've all been here for a long time, but hopefully this is straightforward. If there's any comments or questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Parker Jones, do you wish to speak now or speak later in the debate? Okay, thank you. Councillor Huggins.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, again, I welcome the motion and the debate on climate change, and thank Councillor Wallace and Councillor Parker Jones for bringing this to our attention. The motion is very timely. We are just about to review and look at our advertising policy, so we will be reflective of this motion within that review. We are also drafting out our 2025 to 2030 climate change strategy, and I was really pleased the motion specifically draws alignment to the advertisements that contradict the strategy that we currently got and that we're developing. So thank you. I welcome the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Huggins. Councillor Drew, once again.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad I'm not disappointing. Don't answer that. Don't answer. It was just a quick one, really, because while I go along with this, I think that makes sense. But I just wondered what the impact of it is how much do we advertise with regards to fossil fuels now, and what will we be preventing going forwards? So if we could have an update when you've done the work, I think that would be hugely helpful and interesting as well. Thank you.
Councillor Drew, your comments have been noted, no doubt.
Wasn't so bad, was it, Chairman?
Anyone else from the floor? I can't see any lights on, so I can ask the seconder of the motion, Councillor. Oh, I hadn't got you on my list.
No, sorry.
Councillor Foster.
Chair, I do apologise. To be strictly correct, I should declare an interest insofar as my involvement is in EV charging. So I should declare a personal interest.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Councillor Parker-Jones.
I don't think I need to add much. Thank you for your contribution to the debate. It's not whether we've really had many of these applications in the future for advertising. This is about ensuring that as we go forward, we are doing the right thing that meets our policy that we agreed as a council. So I would say I hope you will all support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parker-Jones. The leader, if you want to say anything.
For the benefit of brevity, just to say I completely support the motion and thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace to wind up the debate.
Just to say thank you to the executive member and to the leader for supporting this, and thank you, hopefully in advance, to everybody else.
And are you all in favour of supporting? No dissent at all this time? Right, okay. That completes ITA Part 1. Part 2, Matters for Information. Hampshire and Isle of Wight Fire and Rescue Authority. There'll be no questions, and there's a report on pages 697 to 698, and I invite the Chairman, Councillor Vaughan, to present the report.
Thank you, Chairman. I have nothing to add to the report, but if there are any questions, I'm quite happy to take them.
Thank you, Councillor Vaughan. Questions at all? No questions. And we don't debate this. Sorry.
It's not so much. I just wanted to say that we've also published our fire plan. And I think it was missing from this report. So I would like to draw people's attention to it. It's really, really well written. And Riddy and Councillor Vaughan, I'm sure will bring much more information about that to you in the future.
Yes, thank you. It's coming out later. To everybody. It's all pictures. It's lovely. And numbers. And what?
Any debate at all? Okay, let's move on to the annual report of the Audit Committee, and I'd ask Councillor Mellor to present that report.
Thank you, Chair. And this is actually the first report that the Audit Committee has ever presented to full Council. This is now a requirement under our restructuring. I must say, compared to all the conversations today, I am a born optimist. And to be quite frank, what has been missed today is that we are a forward-looking council, whereas all the councils that have got in real trouble so far I've only realised after the event. And it is to the credit of our accounting people that we're in such a, I would deem, a reasonable position. Having said that, the first audit report, I was actually told about this in February 24. the move to SIPFA, and as you can see, all the attachments to the report. And at the time, I was called in by Assistant Director of Legal Services, who gave me a very well-structured report to look at. Unfortunately, he also said at the time that this is all about stepping up the profile of audit, which is probably why I'm on page 699 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I hope it's not relating to its importance. There has been a delay in all the implementations that we've had for many reasons. First of all, as many of you know, we haven't had fully audited books for the last, well, since 22. And I'm pleased to also announce today that come next Friday, all will be settled. We're within the backstop log, we're up to date, and to be quite frank, having seen the draft of the Ernst Young data, we look to be in exceptional state of affairs. AR accounting is absolutely first class, and I pay tribute to Rob Carney's team for that. And secondly, we are actually, contrary to the impression given by some of the members in the chamber today, we are actually delivering what is deemed as value for money, which has been the measurement for the last 2 years. We are very much delivering value for money. Probably looking at the fees Ernst Young charges, probably we're giving too much value for their money, or the other way around. So I won't prevaricate much longer. We had difficulties in forming a committee. We still have to finalise that. We have difficulties in finalising the training because SIPFA's requiring certain standards to be adhered to, but all that is in hand at this very moment in time. We're recruiting the 2 outside members we're stipulated to bring into the committee, and we are, in my opinion, adhering now in full to SIPFA standards, which is what this is all about. It will bring more work for the audit committee in terms of probably a little bit more scrutiny in areas of treasury and things like that, but very little will operationally change there. So on that note, I hope you like all the attachments which have been delivered, explaining in full of the changes, and I commend this report to the chamber and ask you to approve the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banner. Any questions? Any debate? Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 17, Executive Committee reports. And this is for information. And the report, there's one report from the Executive Member for Children's Services. Councillor Forster.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing specific to add to this report, which is for information only, but I would point out that I have lots of 3-letter and 4-letter acronyms, as you'll see in there: SEMH, ASC, SLD. I could go on. Do know what they are, but very importantly, we are making sure that we have the resource provision, which is specialist provision for children with additional needs in the maintained schools, their normal schools, near them, which ties in with what I said earlier on in the previous debate. Really pleased to see this, and I welcome any members who care to drop me a note if they're interested when we do a launch of a school, because a lot of these are delivered fast. If you'd like to join me in that launch, then please let me know and we'll make sure we extend an invitation to you. Happy to take any questions if anyone has any. Thank you.
Any questions for Councillor Forster? Any debate? Okay. That ends our council meeting. Thank you all very much for attending and your perseverance during a long day. And I wish you all a safe journey home.